Let me tell you about the worst Tuesday of my life. My girlfriend, Fei'er, the hottest girl on campus, called me up and said those four deadly words. We need to break up. Now, breakups happen, right? People grow apart. Maybe she found some rich dude with a sports car. Maybe she met a buff gym bro. I could handle that. I could cry into my instant noodles like a normal person. But no. This woman left me for a cat. Not even a regular cat. A beast girl. A cat-eared anime waifu that used to be her pet monster called a moonlight cat. Apparently, in this crazy world I got ice-guyed into, some pets can shape-shift into human form, and her cat decided to go full cat-girl mode. Next thing you know, those two are inseparable. Eating together, sleeping together, doing everything together while I'm sitting there like a third while getting ghosted harder than a read receipt on a Monday morning. I showed up at her place to surprise her because she canceled our date claiming she was sick. Kicked open the door and found them both, but naked. My brain almost short-circuited on the spot. Like, if you're gonna cheat on me, at least pick a human being? Getting dumped for a cat girl is a level of humiliation they don't even have a word for yet. She tried to explain. It's not you, it's me. You're great, Libo, but me and Meow Meow are truly in love. Meow Meow. She named the cat Meow Meow. And she's choosing Meow Meow over me. My dignity packed its bags and left the country. The worst part? She hit me with the low blow. You wouldn't understand. You don't have beast-taming talent. And she was right. That's the thing about this world. Everyone awakens some kind of power to tame monsters when they turn 18. Big deal, right? Except yours truly, Libo, former top humanities student, literal genius who aced the college entrance exams, still hadn't awakened jack squat. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. My talent was apparently being really good at getting dumped. I'm not even from this world originally. Back on regular old Earth, I was living my best life until I fell into an open manhole one night, because of course the cover was missing, and woke up in this monster-taming dimension. I thought I was going to be the main character. I watched enough Pokemon growing up to qualify as a professor. But nope. The universe just gave me a front-row seat to watching my girlfriend run off with her shape-shifting cat. I slammed the door and walked home in the summer breeze, feeling sorry for myself. The wind was warm, but my heart was an ice cube. I kept thinking about all the good times, her personality, her loyalty, her other qualities, and then caught myself being pathetic. What am I doing reminiscing? She left me for a feline. Deep down, I knew it was coming even without the catgirl situation. She awakened an S-rank talent. That's basically celebrity status. Every powerful faction in the country wanted to recruit her. Meanwhile, I'm over here with the talent level of a soggy napkin. Then, right when I hit rock bottom, a robotic voice pinged inside my skull. Ding. Host has been cheated on by a beast girl. Strongest beast girl system activated. My cheat code finally arrived. But hold on. You're telling me the activation condition was getting cucked by a catgirl? That was the trigger this whole time. I suffered emotional devastation as a system requirement? Whatever. Beggars can't be choosers. I asked for a starter pack, and this thing delivered 5 god-tier talents. Not S-rank. Not SSS rank. Divine rank. The whole country barely has a handful of SSS rank users, and I just got 5 abilities that make those look like participation trophies. I got eyes that can scan any monster's stats like a walking encyclopedia. I got a body so charming that female monsters just voluntarily sign contracts with me on eye contact alone. No fighting needed. My right hand can transform any female monster into a beast girl just by patting their head. My mental power is literally unlimited, meaning I can contract as many pets as I want with no cap. And my storage space starts at 1,000 cubic meters where my monsters auto-heal from anything. Poison, burns, knockout, you name it. I'm basically a walking cheat engine with a petting zoo. There's a big combat tournament in 1 month, and the winners get access to a secret realm. Time to stop moping and start collecting monsters. First order of business. Head back to school and pick up one of the 3 starter pets every student gets. A water tadpole, a fire chicken, or a cactus ball. They're not the fanciest options, but with my new scanning eyes, I'm gonna find the one with hidden god-tier potential that everyone else overlooked. Fei'er can keep her catgirl. I'm about to build a whole army. First thing next morning, I marched straight to my counselor's office. Mr. Wu Gang, 30 years old but rocking a scalp so bald it looked like a crescent moon. The man's hairline retreated faster than my ex's loyalty. But honestly, he's a good dude. Been looking out for me ever since I started at Shanghai University. I knocked on his half-open door and hit him with the news. Hey, teach. I awakened my beast-taming talent. Hook me up with a starter pet. This man launched out of his chair like someone plugged him into a wall socket. What? You awakened? But everyone awakens on their 18th birthday. Yours was ages ago. Now, I already had my cover story locked and loaded. I scratched my head all innocent-like and said, yeah, about that. The orphanage probably messed up my birth date. You know how it is. He squinted at me for a second, then bought it. Orphan card. Works every time. But Mr. Wu wasn't just going to take my word for it. He wanted proof. Fair enough. He summoned his pet monster to scan me. A steel pivot octopus. This big mechanical squid thing popped out of a glowing blue magic circle on the floor, all chrome tentacles and high-tech sensors. My new scanning eyes kicked in automatically and pulled up its full stat sheet. Steel and psychic type, excellent tier rank, loaded with advanced skills, including one called Spirit Hub Analysis that can measure a beast tamer's inner space down to the decimal. The octopus slapped two cold metal tentacles on the sides of my head, not the spa experience I would have chosen, and hummed for about 3 minutes while scanning my brain. Then it reported back to Mr. Wu. The man's face went absolutely nuclear. 1,000 cubic meters of beast space. He started sputtering like a broken engine. Apparently, a normal first-rank tamer has about 10 cubic meters of inner space. A gifted one might hit 20. My starting number was 1,000. That's like showing up to a go-kart race driving a fighter jet. Mr. Wu was losing his entire mind. He started ranting about how some tamers spend their whole careers unable to expand their space big enough. His own octopus hogs most of his storage, and he's got a second pet he's been too scared to let evolve because it might outgrow the room. The man has been living in a studio apartment while I just spawned with a mansion. Then he got really excited. With space like this, you could tame dragons. Dragon-type tamers are respected everywhere. His eyes were practically turning into dollar signs. I could almost see the gears turning in his head. He got promoted to department head after producing one S-rank student. My ex, thanks for the reminder. And now he's probably mentally redecorating the principal's office. Calm down, teach. I still don't even have a single pet yet. Oh right. He smacked his own forehead so hard I thought he'd crack his skull. You said you wanted a starter? Yes? A fire chicken. Yep. His face dropped. Bad news, kid. All the starters are gone. My heart sank. Apparently, our university isn't exactly Harvard. We're ranked somewhere past 100th in the country, which means we get crumbs when it comes to starter pet quotas. The top students grabbed some, the financial aid kids got some, and the rest went to students whose parents, new people. Classic. He offered me an alternative. Wait until I get officially ranked, then apply through a special government channel for high-talent tamers. The nation would send me a fire chicken personally. Problem is, you don't get to pick which one. It's basically a lottery, and it takes time I don't have. The combat tournament is in 1 month. I need a pet now. Any other options? I asked, practically begging. Mr. Wu hesitated, made a face like he was about to recommend gas station sushi, and said, well, there is the training base. The school keeps a bunch of sparring pets there for students to practice against. You could pick one of those and contract it. What's wrong with them? There. How do I put this? Budget pets. Bulk purchased from breeding farms. Some caught in the wild by teachers. Low level. Low rarity. Think clearance bin at a pet store. My face lit up like a Christmas tree. Clearance bin? Perfect. Everyone else sees reject monsters. I see an aisle full of hidden gems waiting for my cheat code scanning eyes to find the diamond in the rough. This is literally my origin story. Mr. Wu tried to talk me out of it. Most first-rank tamers can only contract one pet with their mental energy. Are you sure you don't want to wait for something better? Wait. My guy, I have unlimited contract slots and god-tier appraisal vision. I'm about to walk into that training base like I'm on a shopping spree with someone else's credit card. Nope. Going right now, he sighed, scribbled something on a piece of paper, stamped it with his official seal, and handed it over. Show this to the staff at the training base, and they'll let you in. And remember, better to leave empty-handed than pick the wrong one. I grabbed that paper and bolted out the door before he could change his mind. Clearance bin monsters, here I come. One man's trash is about to become this man's world-destroying battle squad. Armed with Mr. Wu's permission slip like a golden ticket to Willy Wonka's Monster Factory, I strolled up to the training base, a massive circular building the size of a small stadium. I'd never actually been inside before because, you know, the no talent, no entry policy. Real welcoming place. The guard at the gate looked at me like I handed him a coupon for a free colonoscopy, but he checked the paperwork and let me through with one warning. Some of these monsters are wild. Stay behind other tamers and don't get eaten. Solid advice. Really inspiring. Thank you. The second I stepped inside, my jaw hit the floor. This place was 10 football fields wide, packed with different zones designed to mimic natural habitats. There was a lava zone, a forest zone, a lake zone, an ice zone, 20 sections total, one for each monster element type. Some generous billionaire apparently funded the whole thing. Must be nice to have, build a monster zoo money. A few zones were completely empty though. No dragon type or psychic type sparring pets because, surprise, surprise, our bargain bin university can't afford the fancy stuff. Makes sense. Students here accidentally kill training monsters all the time. You're not going to stock the place with million-dollar dragons when some freshman is going to yeet a fireball at one and turn it into an expensive barbecue. Time to go shopping with my cheat code eyes. I hit the lava zone first because I've always had a soft spot for fire types. Tons of tamers were in their training, shouting commands at their pets like tiny drill sergeants. I spotted a purple piglet with flaming tusks and scanned it immediately. Fire tusk pig. Male. Ordinary rank. Potential. Ordinary. 1 skill, wild boar charge. Current status, spacing out. Description, a pig that can't control its own flames and frequently roasts itself into a pork cutlet by accident. Hard pass. Next up, a brown blob that looked like it crawled out of a mud puddle. Fire volcano mud. Dual type fire and earth. Promising. Potential, elite. Skills, self-heat and throw mud. Current status, trembling in fear. Could evolve into a fire mud king eventually, but the combat ceiling is embarrassingly low. Also, and I cannot stress this enough, it looked exactly like a sentient turd. I am not walking into a tournament with a fighting poop on my team. I scanned hundreds of monsters across multiple zones. Hundreds. Each one more disappointing than the last. Vine moongrass. A pretty little plant monster. Potential, elite. Could evolve into a flower. Skills, leaf cutter. Status, admiring itself. Description basically said, great for decoration. I'm building a war squad, not a garden. Next, electric mouse. Female. Potential, ordinary. 1 skill, discharge. Status, watching suspiciously. Description warned me to hide my electrical wires at home. Wonderful. A budget Pikachu that eats your internet cable. Eliminated. Monster after monster, zone after zone, nothing worth contracting. Mr. Wu warned me it was the clearance bin, but this was more like the dumpster behind the clearance bin. I was starting to lose hope. Only one zone left, the ice section. I headed toward the winter zone, and that's when my day took a sharp turn into, oh no, territory. Because standing right there in the middle of the ice battlefield, commanding a dragon like she owned the place, was Lin Fei'er. Let me paint you a picture of this woman. 5'10", flaming red hair and twin tails hanging down to her waist. Wearing a cream-colored cheapao dress that fit like it was painted on, with white stockings and legs that went on for approximately 17 miles. She looked like she stepped out of an anime about supermodels who also happened to fight monsters. A massive crowd of drooling tamers had gathered around the ice zone, none of them brave enough to go inside. They were all whispering like fans at a celebrity sighting. That's Lin Fei'er, the other campus beauty. She brought a dragon type into the ICE zone to train against a type disadvantage? That's insane. She's been fighting in there for an entire day straight, and then I caught the gossip that explained everything. Apparently, Lin Fei'er and my ex Muaoshua have been rivals since forever. Grades, looks, family wealth, everything neck and neck. But when Muaoshua awakened an S-rank talent and Lin Fei'er only got A rank, something snapped in this woman's brain. She's been training like a maniac ever since, grinding her red crystal dragon, a rare pet worth 30 million beast coins, from nothing to ordinary rank 8 in record time. Now, you might be wondering, Li Bo, why do you seem terrified of a pretty girl? Because this pretty girl once had me beaten up. Here's the backstory. When I was the top humanities student and had some popularity on campus, I chased after Mu Aoshua very publicly. Lin Fei'er, being the competitive psychopath she is, took personal offense. We're both campus beauties. Why are you chasing her and not me? Am I not hot enough? She kept ambushing me at the school gates demanding I become her boyfriend. Not because she liked me, because I was another scoreboard where she refused to lose to Mu Aoshua. I turned her down every single time because I'm not an idiot. I could tell the difference between love and a woman treating me like a trophy in a rivalry I never signed up for. After I officially got together with Mu Aoshua, Lin Fei'er went full supervillain. She sent people to corner me and beat the living daylights out of me. Ever since then, I take a different route whenever I spot those red twin tails anywhere within a 2-block radius. And now she's here, in the one zone I haven't checked yet, standing in a field absolutely littered with dead monster corpses. I stared at the carnage spread across the ice battlefield. Bodies everywhere. Big ones, small ones, all of them knocked out or straight up dead. Did she do all of this? This woman didn't come here to train. She came here to commit a monster genocide. And I need to somehow get past her to find my starter pet in there, among the corpses, without being noticed by the girl who once had me hospitalized for choosing the wrong girlfriend. My life is a comedy written by someone who hates me. I couldn't help myself. My eyes drifted straight to Lin Fei'er's pet dragon. The red crystal dragon was standing on 2 legs, about 6 feet tall, its entire body made of transparent red crystal that glittered in the light like some kind of luxury action figure. My scanning eyes pulled up its stats: dragon and ground type, ordinary rank 8, excellent tier potential, and it already knew a skill called Rage that boosts attack power by 50%. For a training pet that's basically a baby, this thing was already a certified problem. Red Crystal Dragon. Dragon Claw. Lin Fei'er screamed like a drill sergeant who skipped breakfast. Her dragon charged at the next opponent, a snow barbarian. Big dude. Looked like a yeti wearing a straw hat. Built like a refrigerator with anger issues. I scanned it quick. Ice type, ordinary rank 3, but with excellent tier potential. My heart started pounding. That's actually a legit monster. Way better than every piece of garbage I'd been scanning for the last 2 hours. I could contract this one. Just gotta wait for Lin Fei'er to weaken it, and then swoop in and wham. The red crystal dragon's claw glowed red, shattered the snow barbarian's ice fist like it was made of sugar glass, then slammed it right on the skull. The snow barbarian hit the ground. My scanner updated. Snow barbarian, status, dead. Are you kidding me right now? This woman straight up murdered my future pet right in front of my eyes. Not knocked out. Not weakened. Dead. Gone. Meeting its ancestors. I was mentally drafting our partnership contract, and she turned it into a funeral notice. A staff member rushed over and started yelling at her. Lin Fei'er, why do you keep killing the training monsters? This is a practice facility, not a slaughterhouse. Other students need these. She crossed her arms, flipped her red hair, and said with the coldest voice imaginable, on a real battlefield, enemies won't go easy on me. They're just sparring pets. Well, my family will pay. The staff guy opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and then just gave up. Because Lin Fei'er's dad basically owns half the city. He controls the entire electrical grid, runs the Beast Tamer Association, and donates enough money to the university that his daughter could probably set the campus on fire and get a thank you card. Memories started flooding back. The time she cornered me against a wall and stepped on my face with her stiletto heel because I chose Mu Aoshua over her. The humiliation. The shoe print on my cheek. I made a mental note right then. One day, I will pay this woman back. With interest. Compounded annually. Meanwhile, Lin Fei'er turned to her red crystal dragon and told it to keep fighting. The poor dragon was gasping for air, exhausted, looking at her with big, sad puppy dragon eyes. Her response? Oh, you're tired? Pathetic. If you can't keep up, I'll break our contract and sell you. Weaklings don't deserve to stand beside me. The dragon literally shivered, then forced itself to take another step forward. This woman runs her team like a toxic corporate boss who fires people for taking lunch breaks. Just a few white spirit snakes left, she announced. Finish them all, and we're done for the day. White spirit snakes. Where? I looked around the entire ice zone and saw nothing but snow and dead bodies. Then it hit me. They were hiding in the ice caves because they had watched this psychopath massacre everything else in the zone and decided that survival was more important than pride. Smart snakes. Red crystal barrage. Lin Fei'er didn't even wait. Her dragon started machine gunning red crystal shards into every cave opening like a gemstone Gatling gun. Hisses. White snakes came pouring out of the caves, panicking, slithering for their lives. Beautiful, pure white serpents with ice powers. And I had to scan them all before this maniac killed every last one. My eyes went into overdrive. First snake. Female, ice type, elite potential. Dead before I finished reading. Second snake. Ordinary potential. Wouldn't have picked it anyway. Also dead. Third, fourth, fifth, scanned and killed in rapid succession. The ice zone turned into a horror movie. Crystal arrows flying everywhere, snake bodies dropping left and right. I was speed reading stat sheets like a stock trader during a market crash. Last one snake remained. And this little survivor was different. While every other snake panicked and ran in a straight line directly into a crystal arrow, this one was zigzagging between ice pillars, using the terrain as cover, dodging shots, like it had been watching action movies its whole life. The crowd noticed too. Everyone was murmuring about how much faster and smarter this snake moved compared to the rest. I locked my scanning eyes on it and started reading the stats. Ice type, ordinary rank 2, elite tier potential. Same as the others. My heart started sinking. But then I reached the very last line of the description, and my eyeballs nearly launched out of my skull. Note, this white spirit snake carries a trace of true dragon bloodline. After contracting, a special ancestral reversion quest can be unlocked, allowing it to revert to its ancestral form, the white spirit dragon, a dragon. This, clearance bin reject snake, has dragon DNA hiding inside it. Everyone else sees a common white snake worth less than a textbook. My cheat code I see a future dragon waiting to be unlocked. One man's ice cream factory snake is another man's legendary world-ending serpent deity. And Lin Fei'er is about to kill it. My brain short-circuited. A white spirit dragon. This little snake dodging for its life out. There has ancient dragon blood running through its veins. Every other tamer in this building sees a common ice snake worth less than a cup of coffee. My cheat code I see a future legendary dragon locked behind an ancestry quest. This is like finding a winning lottery ticket taped to the bottom of a trash can. One tiny problem. Lin Fei'er was about to turn my lottery ticket into snake jerky. Her red crystal dragon had already gone full berserk mode. The thing's eyes turned blood red. Its crystal body started glowing like a nuclear reactor, and it let out a roar so loud the entire training base rattled. Everyone around me went pale. This was a monster at ordinary rank performing at elite level power. The crowd was drooling and terrified at the same time. Red crystal barrage, Lin Fei'er commanded. Crystal arrows, twice as thick as before, started ripping through everything. My little snake had been hiding behind ice pillars, but the powered-up shots were shattering them like glass. One by one, every piece of cover got obliterated until the entire ice zone was just a flat, empty wasteland. Nowhere left to hide. A crystal shard clipped the snake's tail. Blood sprayed across the white ground. The snake screamed and collapsed, barely able to move. "It's over, little thing," Lin Fei'er said with zero emotion, like she was swatting a mosquito. The red crystal dragon aimed its final volley. The snake closed its eyes. Gave up. Ready to die? Not on my watch. I shoved through the crowd like a maniac. Elbows flying. Stepping on toes. Some guys drink went everywhere. Didn't care. My future dragon was about to become a pincushion, and I had maybe 2 seconds to do something about it. I burst out of the crowd, gasping for air, stretched my hand toward the snake, and screamed the only word that mattered. Contract. A blinding golden light exploded from my palm. The white snake vanished into thin air, sucked straight into my beast space, right as the crystal arrows whistled through the spot where it had been lying a millisecond earlier. Dead silence. Then chaos. What just happened? The snake just disappeared. Did that guy just contract it? Without even talking to it first? You can do that. Wait, isn't that Li Bo, the humanities nerd? Muaoshua's boyfriend? Didn't everyone say he had zero talent? Ex-boyfriend, bro. His girl left him for a cat girl. Whole campus knows. Hold up. Isn't he also the guy Lin Fei'er beat up for rejecting her? Oh, this is about to be good. The gossip erupted like a volcano. People were talking about my talent, my love life, my face, Apparently some girls in the crowd thought I was handsome, which, thank you. I appreciate the support during this incredibly stressful moment. But I wasn't paying attention to any of that. Inside my beast space, I could feel her, my little white snake, curled up in a corner, confused and scared. She didn't understand what just happened, but her instincts told her I was her master now. And then she noticed something wonderful. Her wounds were healing on their own. My god-tier space has auto-recovery, remember? Poison, burns, injuries, all fixed automatically. She'd spent her whole life getting beaten up as a punching bag in this training base, and for the first time ever, she was somewhere safe and warm. Hey there, little one. I'm gonna call you Xiao Bai, little white. I'm your beast tamer now. Let's take care of each other. Yeah? She blinked, processed my words with her tiny snake brain, flicked her tongue a couple times, and nodded. Hisses, okay, master. Good girl. Rest up and heal. When you're better, I'm taking you out for the fanciest meal a snake has ever had. Hisses, sleepy zzz. She curled into a ball and passed out. My heart actually melted a little. 15 minutes ago she was about to die, and now she's napping in a luxury penthouse beast space with free healthcare. Rags to riches, baby. Then I heard it. The sound of doom. Click, 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 click. High heels on ice. Getting closer. Each step echoing through the silent arena like a countdown to my funeral. You better explain what just happened, or you're not walking out of here on two legs. Lin Fei'er's voice hit me like a bucket of ice water. I took a deep breath, turned around, and faced her with as much dignity as a man who just stole a snake from a billionaire's daughter could muster. Lin Fei'er, nothing personal. I just came here to contract a pet. That's all. Oh? Contract a pet? She walked right up to me, and I mean right up to me, and lifted my chin with one perfectly manicured finger. Her red lips were literally 1 millimeter from mine. Her perfume was doing things to my nervous system that should be classified as chemical warfare. I didn't expect a little waste like you to actually awaken a talent, she purred. Tell you what, take one step forward, and I'll pretend today never happened. Her breath was hot on my face. My throat went dry. Every cell in my body was screaming contradictory instructions. Brain said run. Other parts of my body said stay. My survival instincts were in a cage match with basic male biology and losing badly. I cleared my throat with the composure of a man defusing a bomb while standing on another bomb. Ahem. Lin Fei'er, you know me. I'm a gentleman. A man of virtue. I don't engage with women. She laughed. Cold. Mocking. Devastating. A gentleman? A man who doesn't engage with women? She leaned in even closer. Last month had 30 days. You and Muao Xue got a hotel room 29 of those days. And you're calling yourself a gentleman? My brain. Error 404. Comeback not found. She had the receipts. She literally had the receipts. 29 out of 30 days, which, in my defense, the one day we skipped was because the place was fully booked. But that's not information I should be sharing right now. Standing there with Lin Fei'er's finger under my chin, her perfume in my nose, and my entire romantic history being read aloud like a court transcript, I realized something important. Having cheat code powers doesn't help at all when you're being roasted by a beautiful woman who keeps a file on your personal life. How do you know about the hotel rooms? I completely lost my composure. This woman had been investigating me. She knew my booking history, my overnight schedule, probably my room service orders. Her family's connections run so deep they could probably pull up my browser history if they wanted to. And that is a thought that makes me want to flee the country. Lin Fei'er flipped her hair and twisted the knife with maximum drama. Poor baby. Chased your precious little moon goddess with everything you had, and she ran off with a cat girl. I told you Muao Xue was a sneaky fox. You didn't listen. And now the whole school is laughing at you. She expected me to crumble. But honestly, getting dumped by a cat girl builds character. I've been emotionally bulletproof since Tuesday. We broke up. What she does is her business. Not mine, and definitely not yours. Fine. She got right down to it. Then let's talk about today. You stole my kill. You interrupted my training. How are you going to fix this? I have a signed permission slip from my counselor. This training base isn't your personal playground. I did nothing wrong. She didn't even look at the paper. Just crossed her arms and hit me with the rich girl nuclear option. You want to wave a teacher's note at me? Sweetie, my family built this training base. The whole thing. Every brick. Your counselor, the dean, the president of this university. They all smile and nod when a Lin walks by. I wanted to argue, but she wasn't lying. Her family literally funded the entire facility. Pulling out Mr. Wu's permission slip against Lin Fei'er is like showing a library card to the person who owns the library. Just tell me what you want, Lin Fei'er, summon your little snake. Fight me right now. If I beat you up enough, I'll feel better and we're even. My snake is injured. She's ordinary rank 2 against your rank 8 dragon that just went full berserker mode. That's not a fight, that's an execution. Sounds like a you problem. This woman. Arguing with her is like playing chess with a pigeon. She knocks over all the pieces, poops on the board, and struts around like she won. I took a deep breath and played my only card. Even if you beat me now, it won't be satisfying and it won't look good. How about this? The university tournament is in 1 month. We fight there, in front of everyone. Fair and square. She paused. Actually looked interested. The tournament is a big deal. All first-year students fight in random bracket-style duels, and the champion gets access to a national-level secret realm. Real stakes. Real glory. You're joking, right? She smirked. With your level, you'll get eliminated in the first round. You'd never even reach me in the bracket. I will. I guarantee it. I'll fight my way to you no matter what. Something flickered in her eyes. Maybe surprise. Maybe curiosity. Maybe she just thought I was hilariously delusional. But whatever it was, she bit. Fine. But we're adding a bet. A bet. Plain fights are boring. Stakes make things exciting. Her eyes were literally sparkling with mischief. Okay. What do you want to bet? If you win, I forgive everything and I give you 1 million beast coins. Cash. 1 million. This girl treats money like napkins. And if I lose, she smiled. The kind of smile a spider gives a fly. You become my boyfriend. The entire ice zone went silent. Then exploded. What? That's the penalty. Bro, some guys would lose on purpose. This is the worst punishment in history, said absolutely in 01. Every male tamer in the building was looking at me like I'd stolen their winning lottery ticket. Meanwhile, I was having war flashbacks to the stiletto heel on my face. Being Lin Fei'er's boyfriend isn't a relationship. It's a hostage situation with dinner dates. She'd have me carrying her bags, doing her homework, and getting kicked whenever she's in a bad mood, which is always. What's wrong? Scared? She raised an eyebrow. Scared? I looked her dead in the eyes. Lin Fei'er, you will never have that chance. I hope other parts of you are as tough as your mouth. She smirked, spun on her heel, and click-clacked out of the ice zone like she owned the place. Which, technically, her family does. The crowd erupted with hot takes the second she left. Dude, you're toast. Better buy a steel scrubber for when she's done with you. A garbage tier white snake versus a red crystal dragon? In 1 month? You're cooked, fried, and served. Just lose on purpose, bro. Free food for life. I just smiled. Sorry, gentlemen. My teeth work just fine. I prefer earning my meals. After school, I hit up a pet supply shop, grabbed a couple bottles of basic nutrient juice on my broke boy budget, and took the bus back to my apartment in the cheapest, most rundown neighborhood in the city. 7 back alleys and 2 suspicious turns later, I was home, a shoebox-sized rental that costs almost nothing, which is perfect because I have almost nothing. I locked the door, took a breath, and summoned Xiao Bai for the first time. A yellow magic circle glowed on my floor, and out she came. 1 meter of pure white snake, healthy as ever. My god-tier space had completely healed all her wounds. Not a single scratch left. Professional monster hospitals couldn't do it that fast. She immediately coiled around my leg and started rubbing her head against me like a happy puppy. Then she licked my shin with her little forked tongue, and it was so cold. Ha, that tickles. Xiao Bai? Stop. After some quality bonding time, I pulled out the nutrient juice and waved it in front of her face. Her eyes went wide. Hisses, master. Want. Eat. Now. I opened both bottles, and she slurped them down like a college student shotgunning energy drinks before finals. Finished with a tiny, adorable burp. Now came the real business. I opened up her full stat panel, and what I saw made me want to do a backflip off my bed. Not only could I accept the dragon ancestry quest to evolve her into a white spirit dragon, but both of her skills had upgrade paths available. Snow Fog could level up to Ice Fog, a mid-tier skill that doesn't just block vision, but actually slows and freezes enemies. And Coil could upgrade to Death Coil, which goes from a pathetic 10-pound squeeze to a 100-pound bone-crushing grip. Mid-tier skills. On a pet that's only ordinary rank 2. That's unheard of. Normally, only elite rank monsters learn mid-tier skills, and even then, it's a struggle. Lin Fei'er's red crystal dragon, knowing the mid-tier skill rage at ordinary rank 8, was considered impressive. My snake is 6 ranks lower and already qualifying for 2 mid-tier upgrades. And this is before the dragon transformation. If she's this talented as a common snake, imagine what she'll be capable of when actual dragon blood awakens inside her. Lin Fei'er bet 1,000,000 coins and a boyfriend contract thinking she'd steamroll me with her fancy crystal lizard. She has no idea what's coming. I grinned so hard my face hurt and slammed the accept button on every single quest. Accept all. Let's get this snake jacked. Hisses. Let's go. 1 month. 1 broke boy. 1 clearance bin snake with dragon DNA. And 1 rich girl who's about to learn the most expensive lesson of her life. The grind starts now. The quests popped up on my mental screen, and I nearly choked on my own spit. Quest 1. Dragon Ancestry. Kill wild monsters with dragon in their name and collect 7 crystal cores to transform Xiao Bai into a white spirit dragon. Sounds epic, right? Wrong. Dragon-type monsters are the rarest creatures on the planet. If I could just bump into them casually on a Tuesday afternoon, I wouldn't need an ancestry quest. And 7 crystal cores? What is this? Collecting Dragon Balls to summon Shinran. Am I supposed to yell, "Arise, eternal dragon," when I get all 7? I looked at Xiao Bai. She's ordinary rank 2. A baby snake. Against actual dragons, she'd be a toothpick fighting a chainsaw. Hisses, even if it's a dragon, I'm not scared. Xiao Bai, sweetheart, bravery is cute, but let's not be stupid about it. Quest 2. Upgrade Snow Fog. Make and sell 100 servings of shaved ice with Xiao Bai's ice powers. That's actually kind of adorable. My combat skill upgrade requires me to become a street food vendor. Okay. Quest 3. Upgrade Coil. Have Xiao Bai transform into a scarf and wrap around my neck for 12 hours straight. I'm sorry, what? Where my snake is a scarf? For 12 hours? What if she sneezes and accidentally crushes my windpipe? But honestly, out of 3 completely unhinged quests, the scarf one was the easiest. No dragons to fight. No frozen treats to hawk on a street corner. Just, wear a snake. Then my brain did something brilliant. Quest 1 says monsters with dragon in the name. Not dragon-type monsters. Just the word dragon, 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 lobster, steelhead dragon shrimp. I nearly slapped myself for not seeing it sooner. Steelhead dragon shrimp, a steel and water dual-type monster that lives in massive numbers at Sunset Beach, which is basically a tourist spot right here in Shanghai City. They're not actual dragons. They're glorified seafood with armor plating. But their name has dragon in it, and the system didn't specify. The system said dragon. The lobsters have dragon. Loophole. Exploited. Only problem. Xiao Bai is still way too weak to fight a swarm of armored lobsters. Gotta upgrade her skills first, then go shrimp hunting. Priority 1. The Scarf Quest. 12 hours of snake necklace duty. Let's get it over with. I explained the quest to Xiao Bai very carefully. She stared at me with her little snake eyes for about 3 minutes, processing, and then said, Hisses, if Xiao Bai becomes a beast girl, I won't strangle master. Oh, right. My golden right hand can turn any female monster into a human form beast girl. If she's got arms instead of a full snake body, the scarf situation becomes way less life-threatening. I placed my hand gently on her head and activated the transformation power. Golden light flashed, warmth spread through my palm, and then, Master, a soft, crystal-clear voice. I looked down. Standing in front of me was a girl. Silver-white hair falling past her shoulders. A delicate face with pale blue eyes so deep you could drown in them. Flawless porcelain skin. About 5'9". Also completely, absolutely, 100% naked. My brain executed an emergency shutdown and reboot sequence in 0.3 seconds. I dove toward my closet, yanked out the biggest t-shirt I owned, and shoved it at her. Xiao Bai. Clothes. Put them on. Now. She blinked those giant blue eyes at me. Clothes? But master, I don't know how to wear them. Can I just not? I'm not cold. You're not cold, but I'm overheating. Put it on. I threw the shirt over her head before my gentleman credentials took any more damage. Luckily, I'm 6'1" and she's about 5'9", so my oversized t-shirt worked as a full dress on her. Crisis partially averted. Then came the awkward part. She started poking around my room and discovered my collection. Master, these are girl clothes, right? Why do you have so many? I thought we were poor. Cold sweat down my spine. Those were leftover items from my relationship with Muaoshua. Various accessories that I had purchased for purposes. Listen, I was in a committed relationship. 29 hotel nights a month doesn't just happen without some wardrobe investment. Haha. Well, you know, save where you can, spend where you must. She picked out a pair of white stockings, because of course she likes white. She's literally named Little White, and then looked at me with those devastating puppy snake eyes. Master, can you help me put them on? I don't know how. Right. You can't even work a t-shirt. Obviously you can't handle these. I sat her down on a stool. Okay, foot out. A few moments of extremely focused, purely professional, absolutely clinical assistance later. Perfect fit. Looks great on you, Xiaobai. She gave me a suspicious look. Master's hands moved very smoothly. You've done this for other girls before, haven't you? Ah, well, your master is simply a helpful person by nature. Humph. Xiaobai is not happy, she pouted. An actual pout. On a face that 5 minutes ago was a snake. My pet snake has been a girl for less than 10 minutes, and she's already giving me the jealous girlfriend treatment. I went from having one complicated woman in my life to zero, and now I'm speedrunning right back to being in trouble with a female who technically qualifies as a reptile. I spent the next few minutes desperately trying to make her unmad at me through a combination of compliments, promises, and nervous laughter. This is my life now. I'm a broke college student living in a shoebox apartment, prepping to fight a billionaire's daughter in 1 month. And my battle partner is a jealous snake girl wearing my ex's stockings who I need to wear as a scarf for 12 hours to unlock a combat upgrade. If someone is writing my story, I need to have a word with them about their creative choices. The alarm screamed me awake the next morning, and I shot up like a caffeinated zombie. First thing, check the quest progress. Ding. Scarf quest. 12 out of 12 hours complete. Turns out wearing a snake girl as a neck accessory all night actually worked. Xiaobai had been wrapped around my throat like the world's most dangerous turtleneck while I slept, and somehow I survived without getting strangled to death. Her coil skill upgraded to Death Coil, a mid-tier technique that squeezes enemies until they stop having opinions. And she leveled up to ordinary rank 3 just from the skill boost alone. 1 down, 2 to go. Next mission, sell 100 cups of shaved ice to upgrade Snow Fog into Ice Fog. My master plan, set up a street stall outside the university. Thousands of students walk by every day. Summer heat, cold treats, basic economics. I'm basically an entrepreneur now. Warren Buffett started somewhere too. Step 1. I needed a cart. Being broke means you can't buy a shaved ice cart, so you build one. Growing up in an orphanage taught me plenty of survival skills, and basic carpentry was one of them. I grabbed a hammer, some wooden planks, and went to town in my building's courtyard. Bang, bang, bang for about 2 hours straight until I had a janky but functional ice cart that looked like it was held together by determination and splinters. I stepped back to admire my creation. Beautiful. A masterpiece of poverty engineering. Then I turned around and almost had a heart attack. Xiaobai was standing in the doorway, in human form, eyes full of tears, bottom lip trembling, looking at me like a puppy that just watched its owner pack a suitcase. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Why are you crying? She launched herself at me and locked me in a bear hug so tight my ribs creaked. I thought. Sniff. Master left me. Sniff, sniff. Forever, she'd woken up alone, couldn't find me, and immediately assumed I abandoned her. This girl, this snake, has been alive as a sparring dummy getting beaten up every day of her life, and the one person who's ever been nice to her disappeared for 2 hours to do woodwork, and her brain went straight to, he's gone and never coming back. My heart shattered into 47 pieces. I swallowed the logical explanation and just held her. I'm sorry. My fault. I won't leave you alone again. My world. Hick. Only has master. Please don't leave. Never. I promise. Now stop crying. You're getting snot on my only clean shirt. After the emotional tsunami subsided, I took her out shopping. Bought decoration supplies for the cart, some fruit for the shaved ice, and, critically, 2 sets of actual clothes for her. Because I cannot keep dressing my snake girl in my ex-girlfriend's leftover wardrobe. That's a level of sad even I have limits for. Back home, I had to teach her how to take a shower. Like a human. From scratch. The instructions included, this is shampoo, water goes on you, not away from you, and please stop trying to drink the bath. After we finally got her cleaned up and dried off, she sniffed her hair and her whole face lit up. Master, my hair smells like you now. Yeah, because we use the same shampoo. That's how shampoo works. I want Master to wash my hair every day. I could, technically. Why? Xiaobai loves Master the most. She kissed me on the cheek. Just, MWH. Right there. No warning. Where did you learn that? Hee. Humans aren't the only ones who kiss to show affection. You know, fair point. I've been outsmarted by a snake who's been a girl for less than 24 hours. She asked if she needed to sleep wrapped around my neck again tonight, and I nearly pulled a muscle waving my hands no. Your death coil is literally a killing move now. If you squeeze in your sleep, they'll find me tomorrow looking like a tube of toothpaste. Now, the shaved ice operation. Xiaobai shifted back into snake form, coiled up on my shoulder like a scaly scarf, and we got to work in the kitchen. I figured we'd need to experiment since neither of us had professional dessert-making experience. Turns out I was wrong. Xiaobai is a prodigy. Her species description literally said, the favorite pet of ice cream factories, and now I understood why. Making frozen treats is apparently coded into her DNA. I started chopping fruit, strawberries washed, bananas sliced, mangoes peeled. Standard prep work. Then Xiaobai took over and put on an absolute cooking show. She smacked a banana with her tail, splat, perfect creamy mush in one hit. The force was surgical. I told her she could compete with the mochi-pounding pandas next door. Then she breathed frost onto the strawberries, and these tiny perfect ice crystals formed on the surface like nature's sugar coating. I rubbed them lightly, and all the fuzz came right off. No salt water soak needed. My snake is a fruit cleaning machine. For the mango, she popped the pit out with one flick of her tail, then clamped her fangs around the pit and channeled cold energy until an ice blade formed. She used it to dice the mango flesh into perfect cubes like a frozen Benihana chef. My jaw was on the kitchen floor. That was incredible. Then the grand finale. She reared back and blasted a cloud of snow fog into the air above all the fruit. Temperature in my tiny apartment dropped about 20 degrees instantly. Her tail whipped up all the fruit and launched it into the freezing cloud, where it started spinning in a miniature tornado, strawberry red, mango yellow, banana white, all swirling together into this gorgeous frozen vortex. 30 seconds later, the ice settled into a perfect little mountain of shaved ice, steaming with cold mist like something out of a five-star restaurant. I scooped a spoonful. Strawberry tartness hit first, then mango sweetness coated everything, and finally banana cream slid down my throat like velvet. This is amazing, Hissus. Really? You like it? Like it? We're going to make a fortune. Let's roll. Xiaobai literally bounced with excitement, which, when you're a snake, looks like aggressive wiggling. Tomorrow, we set up shop outside the university gates. A broke orphan boy, his snake girl partner, and a wooden cart held together by nails and dreams. The shaved ice empire begins now. To maximize sales potential, I whipped up several different flavors, strawberry, mango, banana, mixed, and loaded up my handmade cart until it looked like a frozen fruit museum. Over 100 cups of shaved ice, all neatly arranged and ready for business. Hissus, I want to help sell too, master. Xiaobai gave me those big, pleading snake eyes. She wanted to be in beast girl form for the sales operation. Honestly, having a cute silver-haired girl at the stand is better marketing than anything I could yell into a crowd. Beast girls aren't unusual in this world, so nobody would freak out. I tapped her head, golden flash, boom, tall gorgeous girl mode activated. We rolled up to a spot near the university gates just as classes were ending. I'd made a banner that read, handmade shaved ice, real ingredients, zero processed garbage. Catchy, right? Professional? Appealing? Nobody cared. Shaved ice, 10 coins a cup, half the price of any shop. Students walked by like I was invisible. Not even a glance. Not even a pity look. Just hundreds of people speed walking past my sad little wooden cart like it was a piece of street furniture. Xiaobai's face crumbled. Master, is my shaved ice not good enough? What? No. Your ice is incredible. We're just experiencing a slow start. Totally normal. Every business has this. I was dying inside. 30 minutes passed. Zero sales. I knew the problem. My cart looked like a middle school woodshop project, and people don't trust roadside food stands even when the food is genuinely amazing. We had 5-star flavor trapped in a 1-star presentation. Xiaobai had to keep breathing frost onto the cart every few minutes to stop everything from melting in the summer heat. My business model was literally consuming itself. Master, I think someone's taking a cup. I whipped around so fast I almost gave myself whiplash. Where? A customer? Finally, nobody was there. But one cup was definitely missing from the display. Xiaobai, are you sure you didn't miscount? The spot is empty. Someone took it. I scanned the entire street. Not a single person within 50 feet of our cart. No one walking away with a cup. No evidence whatsoever. The shaved ice had simply vanished. Master, are we being haunted? Xiaobai grabbed my shirt sleeve with trembling fingers. This girl survived daily beatdowns from a crystal dragon without flinching, but the possibility of a ghost had her shaking like a leaf. Priorities. Xiaobai, ghosts don't exist. Then my brain did a double take. If it wasn't a person and it wasn't a ghost, it was a monster, an invisible one. I looked up. There, 6 meters above our heads. A cup of shaved ice was floating in midair, and the ice inside was disappearing bite by bite, as if something invisible was eating it right out of the cup. It's a dark-type monster, I whispered. It's using camouflage. A thief monster? Xiaobai's fear instantly converted to rage. Let me handle this. Before I could stop her, she blasted a cone of snow fog straight up at the floating cup. The fog wrapped around the invisible creature and suddenly outlined its shape. A weird, blobby, cloud-like silhouette hovering in the sky. The thing didn't even flinch. It just kept eating my shaved ice like, oh, a little snow? How refreshing. Thanks for the seasoning. It finished the entire cup, then casually dropped the empty container. Just let go. The cup fell like a tiny plastic missile and bounced off the pavement. Hey, littering? Seriously, Xiaobai was livid. Steam was practically coming out of her ears, which is ironic for an ice type. The fog on the creature's body slowly shook off, revealing its true form. A translucent gray-purple cloud about a meter long, rippling with mysterious dark energy across its surface. It looked like a haunted weather phenomenon. My brain exploded. No way. That's a phantom shadow cloud. I recognized it instantly from an obscure textbook I'd read as a hobby back when I had no talent and nothing better to do than memorize monster encyclopedias. Phantom shadow clouds are one of the rarest monsters in recorded history. In 3,000 years of beast taming, fewer than 10 tamers have ever contracted one. Research on them is basically non-existent. Scientists estimate that humanity has only explored less than 1/10 of their evolutionary potential. And one of them was floating above my shaved ice cart, stealing my merchandise. I pulled up its full stat sheet and nearly passed out from excitement. Phantom shadow cloud. Female. Dark type. Ordinary rank 3. Potential. Chief tier. Skills. Shadow orb. A mid-tier technique. 2 evolution paths. Special innate talent. Phantom color mimicry, which lets it blend into any environment and become completely undetectable. Chief tier potential. That's 2 full tiers above excellent. 2 tiers above Lin Fei'er's 30 million coin dragon. And 2 evolution paths means this thing has branching upgrade routes that nobody has fully explored yet. The system described it as mysterious and powerful, which is basically the monster equivalent of a 5-star review from God. And it was right here, eating my 10-coin shaved ice. Like a billionaire dining at a gas station. Hisses. Master, what do we do? Should I jump up and grab it? Xiaobai was glaring at the cloud like it owed her money. Which, technically, it did. You can't fly, Xiaobai. It's floating up there where you can't reach. The phantom shadow cloud heard us talking, looked down, and stuck its tongue out at us. An actual raspberry. A cloud just taunted my snake. That little. Xiaobai was stomping her feet, so hard I thought she'd crack the sidewalk. The cloud burped contentedly, mumbled something that probably translated to, thanks for the free food, losers, and started lazily drifting away into the sky like it had somewhere better to be. That's it? It's just leaving? Master, please tell me we can do something. I smiled, raised my voice, made sure the cloud could hear me. One little phantom shadow cloud? No big deal. I've got plenty of ways to handle it. The cloud stopped, turned around slowly, looked at me with this smug expression like, oh really? You in what army? Then it noticed the golden glow building in my right palm. The smugness evaporated instantly. Its cloudy face froze mid-smirk. See, here's the thing about my charm saint body talent. Any female monster that makes eye contact with me within my tamer rank can be contracted without a fight. No battle required. No weakening necessary. Just, zap, you're mine. And this cocky little cloud just made the fatal mistake of looking me dead in the eyes. Gotcha. I cranked my palm to maximum brightness and fired off the command. Contract. Steal MY shaved ice. Taunt MY snake. Litter on MY street. Congratulations, you just enrolled yourself into Team Libo, you smug little weather anomaly. Welcome to the squad. Your signing bonus is all the frozen desserts you can eat. The phantom shadow cloud landed in my beast space looking like a deflated balloon of regret. Well, I guess you contracted me. Just like that. No dinner, no flowers. You don't seem thrilled about this. BZZ. I got careless. That's the only reason. BZZZ. You better treat me well, beast tamer. Of course. Let me give you a name. How about BZ? Don't bother thinking. My name is Ziyun, Purple Cloud. That's what my parents called me. Nice name. Speaking of your parents, are they nearby? Should I let them know you're with me now? Dead silence. Then, quietly, being they abandoned me a long time ago. That's why I was wandering around stealing your shaved ice. I had nowhere else to go. BZZZ. You? Won't abandon me too, right? My chest tightened. First Xiao Bai, now Ziyun. Why does every creature I meet have abandonment trauma? Am I running a beast taming operation or an emotional support group? You'll never be alone again. I promise. BZZ, I'll hold you to that. Master, why are you whispering sweet nothings to the thief? Xiaobai was standing there with her arms crossed, cheeks puffed out, looking like a jealous wife who just caught her husband texting. She was not happy about the new team member. Xiaobai, we can't call her a thief anymore. Ziyun is part of the family now. You two need to get along. Family? She stole our product. That is an unforgivable crime. Then Xiao Bai's blue eyes got all scheming and sparkly. Master, put me back in the beast space. I just want to have a nice chat with her. Girl to girl. Very friendly. Yeah, right. If I sent Xiao Bai in there right now, Ziyun would come out looking like a wrung-out dish rag. I know a hit job when I see one. Xiao Bai, what about the shaved ice mission? We still have 100 cups to sell. She looked at the cart. Still completely full. Her rage deflated into sadness. Fine. She breathed another round of frost onto the merchandise to keep it cold, because without her the entire inventory would be a fruit puddle by now. See? Without you, this whole operation falls apart. You're irreplaceable, Xiao Bai. That did the trick. She lit up like a Christmas tree, grabbed my arm, and smooshed her face against mine. Xiao Bai can never leave Master either. BZZ, she is so clingy. I'm never being like that. Omega to Omega. Pets being close with their tamers is normal. Ziyun, BZ, hard pass. Our tender moment was violently interrupted by a voice that could cut steel. The campus beauty throws herself at you, and you reject her. To date a snake? My blood pressure spiked. I knew that voice. Those heels. That attitude. Lin Fei'er, strutting toward me in 4-inch stilettos like a runway model who moonlights as a war criminal. Xiaobai grabbed my sleeve and hid behind me. She was literally trembling. This poor girl still has PTSD from watching Lin Fei'er massacre an entire ice zone worth of monsters. I stepped in front of her. It's okay, Xiaobai. I won't let her touch you. Lin Fei'er arrived at my cart, looked down at my little operation with maximum contempt, then glanced at Xiao Bai like she was inspecting a piece of lint. The tournament is in a month, and instead of training, you're out here selling snow cones with your pet snake? Did I kick your brain loose last time? What I do with my time isn't really your business. She raised an eyebrow. Can't I just be a customer? If you're buying, I'm selling. Something shifted in her expression. Just for a second. The sharp edges softened. Libo, if you need money, you can just ask me. You don't have to do this. That was unexpectedly genuine. For a brief moment, Lin Fei'er almost sounded like a normal human being who cared. But I wasn't about to open that door. What flavor and how many? Strawberry. 1. 10 coins. 10? She scoffed, pulled out a 1,000-coin bill, and held it between two fingers. Keep the change. I reached for the money. She let go. The bill floated to the ground. She dropped it on purpose. Xiaobai exploded. You're horrible. I'm talking to your master, not you, worm. Know your place. I'll kill you. Try it. I beat you once. I'll beat you 1,000 times. The tension was nuclear. I grabbed Xiaobai before she launched herself at Lin Fei'er's throat, bent down, picked up the bill, dusted it off, and pocketed it. Money is money. My pride has an off switch when rent is due. I handed Lin Fei'er her strawberry shaved ice with a polite smile. Thanks for your purchase. Ding. Shaved ice sold. 1 out of 100. Lin Fei'er studied me like I was a puzzle she couldn't solve. You bend without breaking. Interesting. Hope you're this calm when I crush you at the tournament. You're that confident you'll beat me? Absolutely. I can already tell your little flower vase pet can't do anything impressive. You're trapped, Li Bo. There's no escaping me. Who are you calling a flower vase? Xiaobai was ready to commit actual violence. We'll see, Lin Fei'er said coolly. Then she sniffed the shaved ice, wrinkled her nose, and said, This looks terrible. She threw it on the ground. Didn't even taste it. The cup splattered across the pavement, strawberry pink everywhere. Then she stepped on it, deliberately, ground her heel into Xiaobai's handmade creation, and walked away without looking back. My fists clenched so hard my knuckles turned white. There are levels of petty I can tolerate, and then there's stomping on food that a sweet snake girl poured her heart into making. That crosses a line. Then I heard the crying. Xiaobai was crouching on the ground, staring at the crushed strawberry mess, tears streaming down her face. My heart broke clean in half. I pulled her into a hug immediately. It's nothing, Xiaobai. That woman doesn't know good food. Don't let her words get to you, master. I will stomp Lin Fei'er into the ground someday. I swear. Sniff? Hey, excuse me. Are you still selling? A random dude with glasses appeared next to us out of nowhere. Xiaobai wiped her tears in half a second and switched to customer service mode. Yes. What flavor would you like? The guy pointed at the ground. At the crushed, stomped, dirty strawberry disaster. I want that one. Xiaobai and I exchanged a look of pure confusion. Sir, that one's been stepped on. Let me get you a fresh. Lin Fei'er stepped on it, right? His eyes were gleaming, practically vibrating with excitement. Yes? Perfect. I'll take it. 10 coins. Here. He carefully, reverently, scooped the mangled cup off the pavement, paid full price, and speed walked away clutching it like a holy relic. Xiaobai and I stood in the wind, speechless, watching him disappear around a corner. Master, is that a hobby? Because it feels like it should be illegal. Xiaobai, I'm literally a weirdo myself, and even I think that was weird. But then, a light bulb went off in my head so bright it could have powered Lin Fei'er's dad's electrical grid. Oh my god, I know how TOs sell all the ice. I ripped open my backpack, grabbed a marker and a fresh banner, and started writing furiously. Master, what are you doing? I tore down the old sign that said, handmade shaved ice, and slapped up the new one. Campus Beauty's foot-crafted shaved ice. If people won't buy my product for the taste, they'll buy it for the lore. Lin Fei'er just became my best marketing campaign, and she doesn't even know it. Capitalism finds a way. Ding. Shaved ice sold. 100 out of 100. Quest complete. 2 words. Marketing genius. The second I slapped that Campus Beauty's foot-crafted shaved ice banner on my card, it was like I'd opened a portal to another dimension. Dudes came swarming out of every building on campus. The line wrapped around the block. Guys were pushing, shoving, practically throwing money at me. We sold out so fast that Xiaobai couldn't make ice quick enough. People were begging for more. Not a single person asked which Campus Beauty. Not a single person questioned the logistics of foot-crafted frozen desserts. They just saw the words, Campus Beauty, and feet, in the same sentence, and their wallets flew open like spring-loaded traps. The power of simps is a force of nature that even physics cannot explain. Xiaobai's snow fog leveled up to ice fog, a mid-tier skill that creates thick, freezing mist, guarantees a slowdown debuff on anyone caught inside, and has a chance to straight up freeze them solid. And she jumped to ordinary rank 4. In 2 days, my clearance bin snake went from punching bag to legitimate threat, with 2 mid-tier skills that most elite rank monsters don't even have. Master, your sign idea was incredible. We couldn't keep up with demand. What can I say? Nobody can resist 10-coin Campus Beauty foot ice. But what if Lin Fei'er finds out and comes after us? Finds out what? I never said her name. The sign says Campus Beauty. There's more than one Campus Beauty. Everything else is just the customer's imagination. We're legally bulletproof. Master is so smart. Xiaobai looked at me with literal stars in her eyes. Then she got quiet. Fidgety. The kind of energy that means an uncomfortable question is loading. Master, am I prettier than Lin Fei'er? Oh no, this is a trap. This question has killed braver men than me across every dimension and timeline in existence. There is no correct answer. Only degrees of wrong. Xiaobai, you can't compare yourself to her. You're totally different. How are we different? I look like a human girl too. Just tell me, who's prettier? Her eyes were getting dangerously glassy. I activated emergency flattery protocols. In pure looks alone, you're absolutely on her level. But beauty isn't just about appearance. Lin Fei'er is gorgeous, but she has the personality of a cactus wrapped in barbed wire. You, on the other hand, beautiful and kind and talented. The full package, Master. You're making me blush. Crisis averted. My blood pressure can normalize. BZZZ. 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 Hey, remember me? Your other pet? Locked in the beast space. Alone? Forgotten. Oh crud. I completely forgot about Ziyun. Back at the apartment, I summoned her out. The purple cloud materialized looking extremely offended. Xiaobai immediately went full alpha mode. Listen here, ice thief. Since Master insists you're family now, I'll let the stolen shaved ice slide. But you will call me Big Sister. BZ, I'm not calling you Big Sister. Beast Tamer, turn me into a girl. I want to argue with this snake face to face. Having learned from the Xiaobai naked incident, I'd already bought Ziyun an outfit in advance. I touched her cloudy body, golden light flashed, and boom, Beast Girl number 2 appeared. Ziyun was about the same height as Xiaobai, with flowing purple hair, crystal clear purple eyes, and a mischievous face that screamed, I will cause problems on purpose. She was also generously proportioned. I handed her the purple Lolita-style dress I'd bought, and she actually looked adorable in it, like a troublemaking gothic princess. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at Xiaobai. Why should I call you Big Sister? Because I'm higher level and I've been with Master longer. Level means nothing. Out on the streets, fists decide the pecking order. Ziyun waved her little fist threateningly. You want to go? I'll teach you respect right now. Bring it. Okay, stop. I jumped between them before my apartment turned into a WWE ring. Xiaobai, you're the Big Sister, so act like one and be generous. And Ziyun, if you ever want to eat shaved ice again, you better make nice with the person who makes it. Ziyun's tough girl attitude evaporated instantly. She gulped, remembered the taste of that stolen ice, and pivoted so fast she should have gotten whiplash. Xiaobai Big Sister, I was kidding. Forgive your little sister's silly jokes. Please make me shaved ice forever. Please. She grabbed Xiaobai's arm and started rubbing against it like a kitten begging for treats. Both Xiaobai and I burst out laughing. You're such a glutton, Big Sister. Can I call him Libo brother? Sure, I nodded. Being a beast girl is amazing. You get to wear cute clothes. Then Ziyun noticed Xiaobai's chest area, and her eyes locked on like guided missiles. Big Sister, yours are bigger than mine. She reached both hands out like claws. Xiaobai went tomato red and crossed her arms defensively. Don't touch those, Ziyun. Just a little squeeze. I'll let you squeeze mine too. I covered my face with both hands and peeked through my fingers. My 2 monster pets, whom I need to become a world-class fighting team within a month. We're currently having a chess comparison wrestling match on my living room floor while wearing cute outfits I bought them. This is fine. Everything is fine. At least they weren't trying to kill each other anymore. Progress. While they played, I sat down and started doing what I do best, strategizing. For Xiaobai, the priority is finishing the dragon ancestry quest. Her current species, white spirit snake, has a standard evolution into an ice pattern python at elite rank. That's decent. The ice pattern python has a classic combo. Ice fog to blind and slow the enemy. Death stare to freeze them in fear. Then death coil to squeeze them into submission. A solid 3-hit wombo combo that catches opponents off guard. But an ice pattern python maxes out at elite tier. Fine for now, useless later. What I really need is to complete the ancestry reversion and turn her into a white spirit dragon. A species so obscure that even I, the walking monster encyclopedia, have never heard of it. No ceiling in sight. The potential is unknown, which means it could be infinite. Tomorrow, we hit Sunset Beach and start farming steelhead dragon shrimp for those 7 crystal cores. As for Ziyun, I pulled up her panel and studied her evolution paths. Phantom Shadow Cloud, Dark Type, Chief Tier Potential, 2 evolution routes. Path 1, Pure Dark, Phantom Shadow Cloud, Dark Mist Cloud, Eternal Night Cloud, Purple Dark Domain. Full commitment to darkness. Maximum Spooky. Path 2, Dark Water Hybrid, Phantom Shadow Cloud, Abyss Dark Cloud, Yellow Spring Purple Cloud, Purple Tide Sea Cloud. Mixing dark energy with water powers. Mysterious and versatile. 2 paths. 2 completely different destinies. And since almost nobody in history has ever raised a Phantom Shadow Cloud, there's basically zero guidance on which route is better. I stared at the screen, chin in hand, brain running at full speed. 1 month until the tournament. 2 pets to power up. 1 dragon ancestry to unlock. 1 arrogant rich girl to defeat. And somewhere across town, Lin Fei'er is training her red crystal dragon without any idea that the broke boy she stomped a shaved ice in front of is sitting in his crappy apartment with a future dragon and one of the rarest monsters in recorded history, plotting her downfall. I love this game. I sat there staring at Ziyun's 2 evolution paths like a guy at a restaurant who can't decide between 2 dishes that both cost his entire savings. Path 1, Purple Dark Domain, Pure Dark Type. Basically an assassin build. The final form creates a nightmare shadow zone where enemies die without even knowing what hit them. There's apparently a legendary killer out there right now who is one of these, and this person has been murdering boss-tier monsters way above their level for years. Every country has a bounty on their head and nobody can catch them because, surprise, it's kind of hard to arrest someone you literally cannot see. Path 2, Purple Tide Sea Cloud, Dark plus Water Hybrid. More of a powerhouse attacker with better flexibility and more room for error. Most of the handful of tamers who've ever raised a Phantom Shadow Cloud went this route because it's the safer option. Less assassin-y, more well-rounded. Both max out at Chief Tier. Both are absurdly powerful. Both have 0 official guides because every tamer who's ever figured out the evolution method kept their mouth shut like they were guarding nuclear launch codes. Why would anyone share a cheat sheet for one of the rarest monsters in history? Hey everyone, here's how to raise the ultra-rare creature that makes me untouchable. You're welcome. I tried clicking on Path 1 just to peek at the details, and the system immediately slapped me with a warning. Warning. Once you choose a path, it's permanent. No takebacks. No switching. Choose wisely or cry forever. I hit cancel so fast my finger almost broke the imaginary button. I was just browsing system. Window shopping. Don't try to lock me into a lifelong commitment because I got curious. Then something interesting came up. I asked the system why it only showed 2 paths when supposedly 90% of Phantom Shadow Cloud's potential is still unexplored. The system explained that evolution paths are based on the monster's current traits, and those traits can change as the pet grows. Meaning if I wait, new, potentially better, evolution paths might appear. My brain did a victory lap. Waiting was the right call. Why commit to Chief Tier when something even higher might unlock later? Patience is a virtue, and for once in my life, I'm actually being virtuous about something. Forget it. Let's focus on Xiao Bai's Dragon Quest first. Everyone get some rest. We're heading to Sunset Beach tomorrow to farm lobsters. Yes, master. Yes, Li Bo brother. They responded in perfect unison. Adorable. Then neither of them moved. So, are you going to shift back so I can put you in the beast space? Master. I'm not tired. Can I sleep with you tonight? Xiao Bai fidgeted with her fingers. Li Bo brother. I'm scared of the dark. I don't want to go in the beast space. Ziyan grabbed my arm. You're an dark type monster. Your entire existence is darkness. You cannot be scared of the dark. It's different when you're alone in there. And Xiao Bai, you spent all day making shaved ice. Your status literally says exhausted. You need proper rest to fight tomorrow. I promise I'll be at full power. Cross my heart. Xiao Bai puffed out her chest confidently. Li Bo brother, I don't care what you say. I'm sleeping here tonight. Xiao Bai got to sleep with you last night. It's my turn, Ziyan declared. That's not how turns. Please, master. Please, Li Bo brother. They were hanging off both my arms, hitting me with synchronized puppy eyes. 1 pair ice blue, 1 pair crystal purple. Double barrel cuteness attack. My resistance crumbled like a sandcastle in a tsunami. Fine. You win. You always win. Why? Then Xiaobai rummaged through my closet. She already knew where everything was, which is terrifying, and pulled out a pair of white stockings with the confidence of someone grabbing their favorite pajamas. Master, I'll wear these again tonight. Ziyun's jaw hit the floor. You too are into that? How kinky. Can I join? It's not what you think. Xiaobai, the scarf quest is done. You don't need to wear those anymore. Quest? Xiaobai tilted her head innocently. You were doing quests with this stuff. Ziyun's eyes were the size of dinner plates. You've evolved past regular weird into advanced weird. I love it, Ziyun. Stop. Everyone just shower and go to sleep. After finally wrestling the situation into submission, we all crammed into my tiny bed. One broke college student sandwiched between a snake girl and a cloud girl in a shoebox apartment with walls thin enough to hear the neighbor's goldfish breathing. They fell asleep almost instantly. Synchronized breathing on both sides of me, warm and peaceful. I couldn't sleep though. I just lay there staring at the cracked ceiling, listening to them breathe. This bed is too small. This room is too small. This whole apartment is too small. Living alone all these years, I never thought about it. One person, one mattress, one dream of not dying poor. That was enough. But now there are two girls curled up next to me who look at me like I'm their entire world. Two creatures who were abandoned, beaten up, and left to fend for themselves before I came along. And all I can offer them is a bed that barely fits one person and instant noodle money. They'd never complain. Pets don't judge their tamers for being broke. But looking at them sleeping peacefully, trusting me completely, something shifted inside my chest. A feeling I've never had before. I need to make money. Real money. Not shaved ice stand money. Not scholarship scraping by money. Enough to give them a real home. A big room. Good food. Nice things. And as my team grows, there'll be more of them. More mouths to feed. More lives depending on me. No more excuses. No more, just getting by. Tomorrow we start hunting dragon shrimp. But the grind doesn't stop at the tournament. I'm building something bigger than a fighting team. I'm building a family. And families deserve more than a crappy ceiling to stare at. Next morning, I hopped on the earliest bus to Sunset Beach like a man on a mission. Which I was. A lobster-murdering mission. Some quick geography. Shanghai City is absolutely massive, a coastal metropolis in eastern Daxiao Nation, covering 10 million square kilometers. That's basically an entire country from my old world crammed into one city. Sunset Beach sits on the far eastern shore, famous for gorgeous sunsets, exotic ocean monsters, and being a 5A rated tourist trap that charges you an arm and a leg just to look at sand. By the time I got to the ticket booth, it was already noon. I walked up to the window where a middle-aged lady with a mole on her lip was sitting like a toad guarding a bridge. One ticket, please. She looked me up and down like I was something stuck to her shoe. 500 coins. 500? I'm a student. Don't I get half off? She actually sneered at me. Student discount? Kid, you could be a fetus and it wouldn't matter. We canceled student pricing because there's too many tourists. Gotta control the crowds. That's illegal. I'm filing a complaint. Go ahead. You buying or not? I wanted to argue more, but I needed those lobsters. I handed over 500 coins, money that physically hurt to part with. That's 50 cups of shaved ice profit, gone in one transaction. This beach better have the tastiest dragon shrimp in existence. Oh, and one more thing, Mole Lady added with a smug grin. Everyone out by 6 p.m. No exceptions. 6? Why? Dangerous sea monsters have been washing up at night during high tide. Multiple beast attacks on visitors. We clear the beach at 6 for safety. This was a catastrophic problem. Steelhead dragon shrimp only come ashore at night when the tourists are gone. They're shy little crustaceans who hide underwater all day. If I have to leave at 6, I'll never see a single shrimp. I'm a beast tamer. I can handle sea monsters. Sweetie, I hear that line 1,000 times a day. 6 p.m., everyone out. Security does a full sweep. I don't care if you're the emperor himself. The crowd behind me was getting restless, so I bit my tongue and went in. Once past the gates, I changed into my beach shorts, threw on sunglasses and a hat, and sprawled out on a lounge chair like a king. Xiao Bai and Ziyun materialized on either side of me in beast girl form, ready to serve. Master, here's your coconut drink. Xiao Bai bent over and handed me a coconut with a straw in it. The view from my angle was Comprehensive. I took a long sip. Now this is living. Li Bo, brother, you're sweating. Poor thing. Ziyun immediately started fanning me with a paper fan like I was some ancient dynasty nobleman. Ah, perfect breeze. Keep it coming. I stretched out, hands behind my head, sunglasses reflecting the ocean, flanked by two beautiful beast girls while every tourist walking by shot me looks of pure jealousy. There were plenty of other tamers here with their beast girl companions, but Xiaobai and Ziyun were operating on a completely different level. We were turning heads left and right. For about 20 minutes, I was living my absolute best life. Then Xiaobai brought me back to reality. Master, when do the dragon shrimp show up? After dark, once the tourists clear out. They live in the ocean during the day and only crawl onto the beach at night. But we have to leave at 6? Technically, yes. Practically, this beach is enormous. You're telling me there's nowhere to hide during the sweep? Xiaobai's eyes widened. You mean we stay? After they kick everyone out? Bingo. And I guarantee we won't be the only ones with that idea. I'd been people watching all afternoon. Occupational habit from being a powerless nobody for 2 years, and I'd spotted several suspicious characters who were definitely not here for vacation. One group in particular caught my attention. A tall, thin man with a nasty scar running down his face and eyes that screamed, "I've seen things that would make your nightmares cry." His aura alone told me he was at least a third-rank tamer. For context, Ziyun helpfully recited the ranking system I'd taught her. First-rank tamer. Contract 1 ordinary level pet. Basically a beginner with a learner's permit. Second rank. 2 pets, at least 1 at elite tier. My counselor Mr. Wu is stuck here because his beast space is too small for more. Third rank. 3 pets, at least 1 at excellent tier. These people are rare. In all of Zhanghai City, third-rank tamers are unicorns. And this scarred dude was casually strolling around a tourist beach like he was waiting for something big to come out of the ocean tonight. A tiny alarm bell rang in my head. The ticket lady mentioned dangerous sea beasts washing ashore during high tide. Could these high-level tamers be here for those creatures? Some kind of powerful ocean monster that only appears at night? Then I told myself to shut up and mind my own business. These people are way above my pay grade. They're here for whatever ancient leviathan rises from the deep. I'm here for glorified seafood. Our interests do not overlap. I grab my 7 lobster cores, and I'm out. Not my problem. Nap first, shrimp later. I flopped back into full starfish mode on the lounge chair. Just as my eyelids were getting heavy, a commotion erupted nearby. "Ma'am, please show us your identification. Who are you people?" "Why should I?" "We're the Zhanghai Investigation Bureau. We're searching for a murder suspect who infiltrated this scenic area. Please cooperate." "A murderer? Officer, do I look like a killer?" "Look at this face." "That's the thing, ma'am. Our suspect is also described as beautiful." My eyes snapped open behind my sunglasses. Investigation Bureau. Murder suspect. Beautiful woman. Hiding at Sunset Beach. On the same night that powerful tamers and dangerous sea monsters are expected to show up. I came here to fight lobsters. Lobsters. Not get dragged into whatever crime thriller action movie nonsense is unfolding around me. Why does the universe refuse to let me have one normal day? I was barely 5 seconds into my nap when the undercover cops started working their way down the beach, checking IDs one by one, getting closer to my lounge chair. I sat up slightly to watch the show, nothing like a little police drama to spice up a beach day. Then a woman walked directly into my line of sight and blocked everything. And what a woman. I'm talking curves that could cause traffic accidents. Before I could even process what I was looking at, she did something absolutely insane. She fell right onto me, like gravity had a personal vendetta against my composure. Just timber, straight into my arms like a fainting princess in a drama, complete with a little feminine gasp for maximum effect. "What are you doing?" Xiaobai went nuclear. "Get your dirty hands off my Libo brother." Ziyun was right behind her. Ding. Ziyun resentment 20. Wait, what? Since when does the system track jealousy points? Is that a feature? A bug? A cry for help from my own cheat code? I had zero time to investigate because this mystery woman was now lying in my arms smelling like expensive perfume and bad decisions. I got a good look at her face and immediately understood why the cops were searching for a beautiful suspect. This woman was drop-dead gorgeous. Emphasis on the dead part, because her beauty came with an ice-cold edge that screamed, "I will end your bloodline if you annoy me." Her lips were so red and perfect that my stupid monkey brain kept thinking about biting them, which is not the appropriate response when a potential murderer is using you as a mattress. She leaned into my ear and whispered in the most dangerously seductive voice I've ever heard, "Put your arm around my waist." My brain, Windows shut down noise. Now, any smart person would have refused. Any sane person would have screamed for help. But apparently my survival instincts and my hormones held a quick vote, and the hormones won by a landslide. My hands moved on their own. Ding. Ziyun resentment 20. Hey, hands. Boundaries. The woman hissed in my ear, and I could feel actual killing intent radiating off her like body heat. You asked me to hold you. Pick a lane, lady. She was furious but trapped. She needed me as cover. Through gritted teeth she managed. I just tripped. I'm simply asking you to help me up, you pervert. Tripped? Really? I glanced at the two plainclothes officers heading straight for us. Because if I had to guess, those guys over there are looking for you. So, do you still want me to help you stand up? Or would you prefer to stay right where you are? Silence. Then a smile that could freeze lava. Little boy, if you rat me out, big sister will happily remove that clever little head from your shoulders. I felt her power spike for just a second. Just enough to let me know she wasn't joking. This woman was an elite tamer, at least as strong as Scarface from earlier, probably stronger. If she wanted to decapitate me, it would happen faster than I could blink. My bravado evaporated like shaved ice on hot pavement. Haha, just kidding. Big sister, please don't murder me. But if those cops catch you with me, I'm going down too. She went cold. If I get discovered, you die first. From now on, I'm your beast girl. Act natural. Ding. Ziyun resentment 20. Absolutely not. Ziyun was vibrating with rage. You skank. Take your claws off my Li Bo brother right now. Ding. Ziyun resentment 20. Li Bo brother. Control her. Ding. Ziyun resentment 10. The resentment counter was climbing. I didn't even know what happens when it maxes out, and I was terrified to find out. The two officers arrived. Stood right in front of me. Professional. Serious. Sir, we're with the Jianghai Investigation Bureau. These women are your companions, correct? We need to see their identification. I put on my most innocent puppy face. Officers, what seems to be the trouble? We're pursuing an S-rank female assassin. Extremely dangerous. Please cooperate. S-rank assassin? That sounds terrifying. I was sweating bullets because said assassin was currently nuzzled against my neck. Her code name is Night Rose. We tracked her to this area, but lost her trail. We believe she's somewhere in the scenic zone. Night Rose. Never heard of her. I turned to Xiao Bai and Ziyun. Girls, show the officers your faces so they can confirm you're not assassins. Both of them turned around and stood at attention. The officers took one look at them. Silver hair, blue eyes, purple hair, purple eyes, and immediately relaxed. Beast girls. The hair and eye colors are clearly non-human. Plus, they have combat aura signatures. These two check out. Then both officers locked their gaze onto the woman draped across my body. My internal organs rearranged themselves from anxiety. This was the moment of truth. She was face down against my chest, hiding her features. If they asked her to look up, it was game over for both of us. Ding. Ziyun resentment 20. Ziyun chose this exact moment to snap. She glared at the woman on top of me and loudly declared something about me and this woman and activities that I cannot repeat in polite company. The officer's eyes went wide. They looked at me. They looked at the woman. They looked back at me. I gave them my biggest, dumbest grin. Haha. What can I say, officers? A man's gotta have hobbies. The woman buried against me was shaking, not from fear, but from rage. I could practically hear her teeth grinding into powder. She whispered so quietly only I could hear. You disgusting little creep. Hey, being my beast girl comes with certain job requirements. Her face was turning colors I didn't know human skin could produce. In her entire life, nobody had ever humiliated her like this. But she couldn't say a word. Couldn't move. Couldn't break character. She just had to lie there and take it while I gave the performance of a lifetime. This new beast girl is freshly contracted, I explained to the increasingly uncomfortable officers. Still in training. The two cops exchanged a look that said, I don't get paid enough for this. All suspicion was gone, replaced by a desperate need to be literally anywhere else. Ahem. I think. We don't need to investigate this one further. Agreed. Getting dark. Let's move on. One of them turned back with genuine concern in his voice. Young man, Night Rose is about 5'9", has a rose tattoo somewhere on her body. If you see anything suspicious, contact us immediately. Absolutely, officers. You'll be the first to know. As they walked away, one of them put his hand on my shoulder and said with the weariness of a father watching his son make terrible life choices, "Son, you're young. Take care of your health." They left. I exhaled so hard I nearly deflated. The S-rank assassin known as Night Rose was still lying on top of me, radiating enough murderous intent to power a small city. I had just pretended she was my kinky new beast girl in front of federal law enforcement to save her life. And based on the look in her eyes, she was going to make me pay for every single second of it. Worth it though. Totally worth it. Are you done yet? They left 5 minutes ago, and you're still lying on him. Ziyin was about to spontaneously combust from jealousy. Her resentment counter was going absolutely berserk. Ding. Ziyun resentment 10. Ding. Ziyun resentment has reached 100. Ding. Hidden timed quest complete. Accumulate 100 resentment in 3 minutes. Ding. Phantom Shadow Cloud has learned new skill. Grudge Curse, advanced tier. Hold on. Hold on. My Cloud Girl just unlocked a high-tier skill because she got jealous of another woman lying on me? The system gave her a combat upgrade powered by Pure Salt? Grudge Curse converts any opponent's buff into a debuff, meaning if your enemy powers up, it backfires on them. Any monster that relies on self-enhancement is now completely useless against Ziyun. My petting zoo harem drama just produced a top-tier combat ability. I don't understand my life anymore, but I'm not complaining. The mystery woman finally tried to get up off me. Pushed against my chest, struggled a bit. Then looked down and realized my hand was still firmly planted on her rear end. Little boy, haven't you had enough? Can't be too careful. What if the officers double back? Safety first. She gave me a look that could curdle milk, but let it slide. Fine. You helped me. I won't kill you. This time. Kill? Who's killing who? Ziyin was ready to throw hands. You climb on My Li Bo brother. You eat his tofu, and you're the one threatening violence. The woman glanced at Ziyun with mild curiosity, and then her eyes widened slightly. Oh, a phantom shadow cloud? Not bad, kid. You've got some luck. My blood went cold. She identified Ziyun's species instantly, even in beast girl form. Almost nobody knows what a phantom shadow cloud looks like. This woman had to have encountered one before. Don't look so shocked, she said casually. I know another tamer who has one. Recognizing the signs isn't hard when you've seen it before. Another phantom shadow cloud tamer? My brain immediately started racing. Which evolution path did they choose? How far did they evolve it? I got so lost in thought that I zoned out completely. The woman used this moment to push herself up off my chest. As she adjusted her clothes, her top shifted just enough for me to catch a glimpse of something on her skin. A black rose tattoo. Right there. On a very prominent and unmissable location. The officer's words echoed in my skull. 5'9", rose tattoo on her body. S-rank assassin. Night Rose. The words fell out of my mouth before my brain could slap a hand over it. She froze, then turned to me with a smile so dangerous it should come with a warning label. Problem, little brother? You're a killer. She casually readjusted her black top to cover the tattoo, as if hiding evidence of being a wanted murderer was the same as fixing a crooked collar. Me? A killer? With a face this pretty? Don't be ridiculous. If you're not a killer, why were you hiding from the police? Little brother, too many questions can get you into trouble. Her voice was silk wrapped around a knife. Every hair on my body stood at attention. My biggest concern right now was extremely simple. She knows I know who she is. Am I about to be silenced permanently? She noticed my tension and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Where'd all that bold energy go? Scared I'll kill you, my fists clenched. I mentally prepared Xiao Bai and Ziyun for emergency combat mode. Then she burst out laughing. Relax. I'm messing with you. I'm not an assassin. I'm a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter? How is that any different? The difference? She didn't even hesitate. Assassins take lives. I take money. Then why do the cops think you're a killer? She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Probably because I've killed more people than most actual assassins. The Bounty Association keeps giving me assassination contracts. Very annoying, really. Can't blame a girl for being good at her job. She said this with the same tone someone would use to complain about getting too many emails at work. Ugh, they keep making me murder people. So inconvenient. This woman's moral compass doesn't have a north. I shivered involuntarily. Night rose. The S-rank bounty hunter with a body count that makes professional killers look like amateurs. And 10 minutes ago I had my hand on her, but while pretending she was my kinky beast girl in front of federal agents. My survival instinct is either broken or non-existent. Stop looking so scared. I don't kill good people. She laughed so hard she was shaking, which did not make me feel safer. Stop calling me little brother. It's creepy, oh? You don't like it? But little brother. Your little brother isn't so little, full body cringe. I broke out in a cold sweat. My name is Li Bo. Li Bo. Her eyes drifted downward in a way that made me want to build a wall. Fitting name. Then her expression shifted. Sharper. More calculating. Li Bo. I'm guessing you're not here just for a beach vacation. How'd you figure? It's almost sunset and you haven't moved toward the exit. You're planning to stay after dark. Which means you're here for whatever's out in that ocean too. The ocean thing? My mind raced. The ticket lady's warnings. The high-level tamers lurking around. Scarface. And now this S-rank bounty hunter with more kills than a natural disaster. All of them here. All of them staring at the water. Wait. You're not here for that. Night Rose studied my confused face and smirked. Right? You're way too weak. You'd just be throwing your life away. What is out there? She looked at me for a long moment, then gazed out at the churning waves. Her playful energy vanished, replaced by something colder. A beast. A powerful, dangerous, terrifying beast. The kind that makes people lose their minds with greed. A beast. So the ticket lady was telling the truth. Something horrifying has been surfacing during high tide. And it's apparently valuable enough to attract S-rank bounty hunters and third-rank tamers to a tourist beach. Attention, all visitors. Tide is rising. Evacuate the scenic area immediately. Staff members with megaphones appeared all over the beach, herding tourists toward the exits like panicked sheepdogs. Night Rose turned back to me with something almost resembling genuine concern. Friendly advice, Li Bo, don't get involved in tonight's business. Not every bounty hunter out here is as sweet as me. Her eyes flicked toward Scarface in the distance. A warning. I had to physically stop myself from laughing. A woman with a higher body count than most war zones just called herself sweet. That's like a tornado calling itself a gentle breeze. What I'm here for has nothing to do with your mystery beast. Oh, she smiled one last time, turned on her heel, and walked away. Just before disappearing into the evacuating crowd, she tossed one final line over her shoulder. I hope I don't run into you tonight. She vanished like smoke. I stood there processing everything. An S-rank bounty hunter knows my name, my face, and my monster roster. A terrifying sea creature is about to surface. Multiple high-level tamers are preparing for a turf war on this beach. And I, Li Bo, the broke college student with a baby snake and a jealous cloud, am about to hide from security guards so I can hunt armored lobsters in the dark. Totally normal Tuesday. Night fell over Sunset Beach like someone dropped a blanket on the sun. The tourist paradise from this afternoon transformed into something straight out of a horror movie. Dark water, crashing waves, and the kind of silence that makes you hear your own heartbeat. I crawled out from behind a massive boulder where I'd been hiding for the past hour like the world's most determined trespasser. The security sweep was over. Gates locked. Staff gone home. Perfect. And I wasn't the only genius with this plan. All around the rocky shore, shadowy figures emerged from hiding spots like cockroaches when the lights go off. Everyone who'd been pretending to be tourists all afternoon was now revealing their true purpose. The beach was suddenly full of people who looked like they ate danger for breakfast. Not my problem. I had exactly one objective tonight. Xiaobai, Ziyun. From this moment on, we have one target, steelhead dragon shrimp. Nothing else. We kill lobsters, collect cores, and get out. Both of them nodded seriously. What I didn't know was that about 100 meters away, perched on a cluster of giant rocks, for extremely dangerous people were having a conversation about me. Now, I obviously couldn't hear them at the time, but I later pieced together what happened from context clues and the fact that I almost died because of it. So let me paint you the picture. There was Scarface, the menacing dude I'd spotted earlier. Turns out his real deal was even scarier than I thought. Third rank bounty hunter with a serrated frenzy shark that was knocking on the door of excellent rank 9. The scar on his face? Given to him by an S-rank hunter. That's like getting punched by a professional boxer and surviving. It's not embarrassing. It's a resume bullet point. Then there was a pale-faced guy named Bai Liang. Slimy eyes, scheming smile. The kind of dude who'd sell his own grandmother if the price was right. Also third rank. Had something called a triple-turn scarecrow, which sounds like a rejected Halloween decoration, but was apparently terrifying in combat. This guy spotted Ziyun and immediately recognized her as a phantom shadow cloud. My blood would have frozen if I'd known. He considered stealing her from me, but decided against it because forcefully breaking a contract damages the monster's psyche, and he doesn't like imperfect pets. How thoughtful. A villain with standards. Bai Liang also casually dropped a bombshell. Scarface organization, called Division 7, apparently has an S-rank hunter who evolved a phantom shadow cloud all the way to purple dark domain form. The assassin build. The one from my evolution menu. There's a real, living example of that path out there, and they're apparently so famous that even these A-rank hunters are intimidated. Third was a burly guy named Huang Yin. Built like a truck, voiced like a foghorn. Apparently the most straightforward of the group. Still terrifying. Still a third-rank hunter who could flatten me like a pancake. And fourth, my old friend Night Rose. She strolled up looking like she'd been poured into a black leather catsuit, hair flowing to her waist, melting into the darkness like she was born from it. The three men's faces went sour the instant they saw her. Turns out they were all here for the same thing. Treasure blood from some kind of powerful beast. These three A-rank hunters needed it to push their main pets past their evolution limits. Night Rose was here on an official S-rank bounty contract. Someone had hired the Hunter Association to collect the blood, and Night Rose took the job. The three guys were not happy. They'd been planning this for days, and now an S-rank shows up to take their prize. Bai Liang tried to negotiate an even split. Night Rose's response was basically, I take what I need first, and whatever's left is yours. What if there's nothing left? Then there's nothing left. Tough luck. The audacity. The sheer, unapologetic audacity of this woman. She treats A-rank hunters the way I treat expired coupons. Acknowledges they exist, but gives zero consideration to their feelings. The backstory on this mystery beast was wild too. Apparently some insane tamer had blown up a massive fortress off the coast of the Fusang Nation, basically fantasy Japan, releasing a bunch of captured monsters that hadn't been tamed yet. One of those escaped beasts, an excellent tier creature, was currently drifting towards Sunset Beach on the ocean current, unconscious and bleeding. It was expected to wash ashore during tonight's high tide. An excellent tier wild beast. Bleeding treasure blood. Attracting S-rank bounty hunters and desperate A-rank killers. And I, Li Bo, 1-rank tamer with a baby snake and a jealous cloud, was squatting on the same beach looking for lobsters. The tension between the hunters was thick enough to cut with a knife. Scarface and Bai Liang were one insult away from fighting each other. Night Rose was calmly watching them like a cat watching mice argue over cheese she was about to eat anyway. Huang Yin was trying to be the voice of reason, while also clearly planning to backstab everyone the moment the beast appeared. Then Bai Liang glanced over at me and squinted. Wait, is that kid seriously here to catch lobsters? Every single high-level hunter on the beach turned to watch me, the broke college student with a wooden shaved ice cart's worth of combat experience, as I enthusiastically scanned the shoreline for budget crustaceans while the most dangerous people in the region prepared for a blood-soaked turf war around me. Night Rose's eyes found me too. And somewhere behind those beautiful, terrifying eyes, I like to imagine even SHE felt a tiny bit of second-hand embarrassment. I was blissfully unaware of all of this, by the way. Just me, my snake, and my cloud, crouched by the water's edge, waiting for lobsters. Sometimes ignorance isn't just bliss. It's a survival strategy. Master. Dragon shrimp spotted. Ziyun's voice buzzed in my head from somewhere in the sky. She'd gone full invisible mode. Phantom color mimicry activated, scouting the beach like a military drone made of purple cloud. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai and I were creeping through the dark like the world's most underfunded special ops team. Sure enough, about 30 meters ahead, a steelhead dragon shrimp was sitting on a rock, casually eating moss like it had nowhere to be. I scanned it instantly. Ordinary rank 2. 1 skill, violent charge. About 3 feet tall, standing on 2 legs, with big, dumb black claws, and a head that looked like someone jammed a motorcycle helmet onto a lobster. The thing looked genuinely stupid. Xiao Bai, go. She didn't hesitate. Slithered through the shallow water like a white torpedo, reached the shrimp's legs, and launched death coil upward. Crack. The lobster didn't even get a chance to process what was happening before its entire body crunched apart like a soda can in a hydraulic press. Fight over in under 2 seconds. What I didn't know was that the bounty hunters on the rocks were watching this whole thing like it was reality TV. That snake just one shot killed it with. Death Coil, a mid-tier skill, on a common rank white spirit snake. Bai Liang apparently almost fell off his rock. 2 mid-tier skills on a bottom-tier snake. How did this kid train it? Even Scarface reportedly looked mildly impressed, which for him probably means his eyebrow twitched by 1 millimeter. Night Rose, bless her murderous heart, tried to redirect their attention. Why are you watching a kid fight lobsters? Boring. Anyway, Xiao Bai cracked open the first lobster's skull and came back shaking her head. No crystal core. Not surprising, low-level shrimp don't always develop them. Don't worry, Xiao Bai. We just need bigger ones. Ziyun pinged us again. Right side, big sister. Xiao Bai pivoted and found a bigger shrimp, ordinary rank 4, with a skill called scissor hands. More dangerous, but still manageable. Ice fog first. Slow it down. Xiao Bai blasted a cloud of freezing mist that swallowed the lobster whole. The nighttime cold amplified the effect massively. The shrimp's claws froze solid in seconds, encased in a layer of clear ice. Couldn't move. Couldn't fight. Just stood there like a very angry ice sculpture while Xiao Bai coiled around it and finished the job. This time, jackpot. Xiao Bai pulled a crystal core the size of a fingernail out of its skull. Ding. Dragon named Crystal Core collected. 1/7. IT works. Steelhead dragon shrimp counts as dragon. The loophole is real. My heart was pounding. At this rate, we could finish the entire ancestry quest tonight. The bounty hunters were apparently losing their minds watching this. Ice fog too. Another mid-tier skill? That snake has 2. Even for third-rank tamers, seeing a common-level pet with 2 mid-tier skills was like watching a toddler solve advanced calculus. It shouldn't be possible. Elite-rank monsters struggle to learn even 1 or 2 mid-tier techniques, and my bargain bin snake was throwing them around like party favors. Ziyan kept scouting. Xiao Bai kept killing. The system kept counting. 2 lobsters ambushed from the left. Xiao Bai dove underwater, dodged both their charges, then exploded upward and death coiled them both in rapid succession. Core count, 2/7. Then things got really interesting. One of the bigger shrimp, ordinary rank 5, had a skill called Steel Tail. After Xiao Bai destroyed it, the system went absolutely haywire. Ding. Skill simulation activated. Converting Steel Tail, Frost Blade Tail. Conversion progress. 25%. What? She can copy skills? Not exactly copy. More like the system was reverse engineering the steel tail technique and converting it into an ice-type version customized for Xiao Bai. I just had to keep killing shrimp with that same skill to fill the progress bar. I started specifically targeting lobsters that had steel tail. Every kill pushed the bar forward. Core count, 3/7. Conversion, 50%. Core count, 4/7. Conversion, 75%. Core count, 5/7. Still going. Core count, 6/7. Conversion, 100%. Ding. Frost Blade Tail mid-tier, learned. Ding. White Spirit Snake leveled up, ordinary rank 5. 3 mid-tier skills. On a common rank snake. At ordinary rank 5. Xiao Bai's stat sheet now read like a cheat code. Ice Fog, mid-tier. Area Control, slow, freeze chance death coil, mid-tier. Crushing physical damage Frost Blade Tail. Mid-tier. Concentrates ice energy into her tail to form a razor-sharp ice blade for slashing attacks. She went from Ice Cream Factory mascot to I will end your entire family in one night. I patted her head proudly. One more core, Xiao Bai. One more, and you become a dragon. Hisses. Not tired at all. Master is amazing. She looked at me with so much adoration I almost cried. Then she turned toward the biggest shrimp on the beach. A hulking specimen that towered over the others, with pure predator energy radiating from her tiny snake body. Let's test that new tail. Go. Xiao Bai launched herself like a white missile. and the lobster ran. Not just that lobster. All of them. Every single steelhead dragon shrimp on the entire beach suddenly panicked simultaneously, scrambling over each other in a desperate stampede toward the ocean. Crabs, sea slugs, little fish in tide pools. Everything with a pulse was fleeing into the water like their lives depended on it. Xiaobai skidded to a halt, confused. What the? I squinted into the darkness. The ocean had gone eerily still, then eerily not still. Something was moving out there. Something massive enough to terrify every living creature within a mile radius into evacuating the coastline. From the distant rocks, I could barely make out Night Rose's silhouette. She was smiling. Finally, it's here. My seventh lobster core was currently sprinting into the ocean at top speed, and something from the deep dark sea was about to crash this beach party. I came here for shellfish. Shellfish. And somehow I'm one crystal core away from a dragon transformation, while a kaiju-level sea monster prepares to make landfall during a bounty hunter standoff. My life has no chill. Boom. The ocean straight up detonated. The water started boiling like someone dropped a nuclear reactor into a hot tub, and then came the sound. A roar so deep and primal that my soul tried to leave my body and file for relocation. I squinted into the pitch-black ocean and saw it. Two glowing red eyes the size of watermelons, cutting through the darkness like demonic headlights. Then the body appeared, and kept appearing. This thing was 15 meters tall. A turtle. A massive, ancient, apocalyptic turtle with a shell made of cracked pentagon-shaped rocks that looked like dried-up farmland during a drought. Its head was long and serpentine, swaying like a cobra the size of a school bus. Every step it took toward shore made the entire beach shake like an earthquake. My scanning eyes activated automatically because apparently they have no sense of self-preservation. Dragon turtle. Male. Water and rock type. Chief rank 5. Skills included super rock armor, transcendent tier, high-pressure water cannon, advanced, raging waves, advanced, crush, advanced, arrow rain, advanced, hailstorm, advanced. The skill list went on forever. This thing was a walking natural disaster with armor plating. The description hit me like a truck. Dragon turtle. Extremely rare island beast. Despite being water type, it cannot survive underwater indefinitely and must surface to breathe. Believed to be a descendant of the ancestral dragons from 10,000 years ago. Though its dragon bloodline has thinned over millennia, the treasure blood inside its shell can help pets break past their evolution limits. So that's what everyone was after. Dragon blood that unlocks evolution ceilings. No wonder every dangerous person within 100 miles had camped out on this beach tonight. Then my system decided to be absolutely delusional. Ding. Chief rank beast detected. Dragon turtle. Ding. Kill the dragon turtle to inherit its skills. Ding. Please eliminate target as soon as possible. I stared at this notification like it had personally insulted my intelligence. Are you out of your mind? I have 2 ordinary rank pets. That thing is chief rank 5. What am I supposed to do? Tickle it to death? You might as well ask me to fistfight a building. The system did not respond. Probably because even it knew it was being ridiculous. Meanwhile, the actual fighters were getting started. Scarface moved first. Blue magic circle, flash of light, and out came his main monster, a serrated frenzy shark. 5 meters tall, holding a freaking trident, teeth like a row of steak knives glinting in the moonlight. Excellent rank 9. This thing looked like it belonged in a horror movie about why you should never go swimming. The shark dove into the ocean, showed only its fin, classic Jaws move, then exploded out of the water near the dragon turtle's flank and fired a high-pressure water cannon directly at its head. The water beam was thick as a telephone pole, aimed at the one weak spot with surgical precision. Beautiful shot, I thought. That's gotta hurt. The dragon turtle casually glanced over and fired its own water cannon back. Twice as thick, twice as powerful. It swallowed Scarface's attack like a river eating a garden hose and kept going. Scarface barely recalled his shark underwater before the counterblast obliterated the boulder where the shark had been standing. Rocks flew everywhere like shrapnel. Same skill, same move. But the gap between chief rank and excellent rank was like comparing a firework to a nuclear warhead. Scarface was visibly shaken, and this dude's whole personality was unshakable. Stop watching and fight, he barked at the others. This thing won't stay on land forever. Huang Yin went next. Out came a giant armor stone man, a hulking brown golem made entirely of boulders. Excellent rank 7. This thing had apparently started life as a tiny pebble and was fed literal tons of rare minerals to evolve into a walking fortress. The amount of money Huang Yin burned raising this pet could probably buy my apartment building. Twice. Then Bai Liang summoned his ace, a triple-turn scarecrow. Psychic type. Excellent rank 8. It looked surprisingly normal. About human-sized, straw body, regular scarecrow vibes. Except for the eyes, faintly glowing yellow, radiating a creepy intelligence that said, "I can destroy your mind and make you enjoy it." The description mentioned it could manipulate emotions and collapse enemies from the inside. Mental warfare specialist. Deeply unsettling. Huang Yin ribbed Bai Liang. You really think dragon turtle blood can push your scarecrow to a 4th transformation? Nobody's ever figured out a higher evolution for that thing. Won't know unless I try. Bai Liang smiled with the confidence of a man who definitely has backup plans that involve stabbing everyone present. Then all three turned to Night Rose. Hey, S-rank lady. Gonna summon your pet or just stand there looking pretty? Night Rose smirked. It's already behind you. Bai Liang's spine went rigid. He turned around slowly. And there, lurking in the shadows less than a meter away, was a pair of razor-sharp eyes staring directly into his soul. A night. Shadow Rose. A humanoid plant monster shaped like a rose. Its head was a gorgeous, fire-red flower, but everything else, hands, feet, body, was pure black. It wasn't big, maybe human-sized, but the aura coming off it was like standing next to the Grim Reaper on a bad day. I pulled up its stats from my hiding spot and felt my stomach drop. Night Shadow Rose. Female. Grass type. Chief rank 2. Skills. Rose petal formation, transcendent tier, flash step, leaf storm, leaf blade, giant leaf slash. The list kept going. A chief rank monster with a transcendent tier skill. This was Night Rose's main partner. Beautiful, deadly, and powerful enough to make 3 excellent rank monsters look like toys. The gap between A rank and S rank hunters wasn't just a letter. It was a canyon. Here was the scoreboard for tonight's beach brawl. Dragon Turtle, Chief rank 5. Walking Apocalypse. Night Shadow Rose, Chief rank 2. Assassin Plant from Hell. Serrated Frenzy Shark, excellent rank 9. Angry with a Trident. Triple Turn Scarecrow, excellent rank 8. Psychic Nightmare Fuel. Giant Armor Stone Man, excellent rank 7. Very expensive boulder. And then there was me, Li Bo, hiding behind a rock, with an ordinary rank 5 snake and an ordinary rank 3 cloud. Watching gods fight while I was one lobster short of a dragon transformation. The system wanted me to kill the dragon turtle. The system, the thing that's supposed to help me, wanted me to fight a building-sized mythological beast guarded by 4 professional killers. I pressed myself deeper behind my boulder and prayed that nobody remembered I existed. From my cozy hiding spot behind a boulder, I had front row seats to the most terrifying nature documentary ever filmed. Round 1 started with Bai Liang's scarecrow. That creepy straw man locked its glowing yellow eyes onto the dragon turtle, flashed its disturbing little smile, and activated telekinesis. The dragon turtle, all 15 tons of it, slowly floated off the ground like a cursed balloon at a nightmare birthday party. Now, kill it, Huang Yin roared. Everything happened at once. The giant armor stone man raised both boulder fists and conjured a house-sized rock above its head. Scarface Shark erupted from the water swinging its trident, launching a crescent-shaped water blade. And Night Rose's flower assassin sprinted across the ocean surface like it was a sidewalk, gathered a tornado of black leaves, and hurled a massive dark cyclone at the floating turtle. 3 attacks. 3 directions. 1 helpless target hanging in midair. This is it, I thought. They've got it. The dragon turtle opened its mouth and screamed. My eardrums nearly ruptured. I slammed both hands over my ears as the sound wave hit like a physical wall. Then the ocean itself responded to the turtle's call. Seawater rose up in enormous spiraling columns, wrapping around the turtle's body like liquid armor. Raging waves, the turtle's water shield technique, powered to maximum in the middle of the actual ocean. Every single attack slammed into the water barrier and got swallowed like pebbles thrown into a river. The house-sized boulder? Dissolved. The water blade? Absorbed. The leaf tornado? Scattered. 3 excellent rank attacks, completely neutralized by one casual defensive move. Then the dragon turtle got mad. The sky opened up, but it wasn't rain. Thousands of razor-sharp water needles, each one 8 inches long, hard as ice picks, started falling from the sky like the world's most lethal sprinkler system. Arrow rain, covering the entire battlefield. Are you kidding me? I dove under my rock overhang and curled into a ball. I don't have armor. I don't have protective gear. I'm wearing swim trunks. If one of those water javelins hits me, my tombstone will read, "Death by aggressive precipitation." Clang, clang, clang. The stone man took the worst of it. Rock type getting pelted by water attacks is basically bullying. Even with its rock armor skill doubling its defense, the giant golem dropped to one knee under the relentless barrage. The scarecrow had to abandon telekinesis to dodge, which meant the dragon turtle crashed back to earth with an impact that shook the entire beach. The shark hit underwater. Bai Liang's scarecrow was stumbling around getting pelted like a scarecrow in an actual storm. Which, technically it was. Night Rose. Your pet has type advantage. Do something about this, Rain, Bai Liang screamed. Don't tell me what to do. Night Rose commanded her Night Shadow Rose to create a giant vortex of black leaves overhead, sucking in the water arrows like a botanical vacuum cleaner. The sky cleared for about 3 seconds of sweet relief. Then the dragon turtle switched to hailstones. Giant white ice balls the size of apricots started pelting down from nowhere. The turtle had recognized that Night Shadow Rose was a grass type, weak to ice, and adapted its strategy mid-battle. This monster was thinking, planning. At chief rank, a beast combat IQ rivals an actual tamers. It knows ice beats grass. This thing is smart, I muttered from my increasingly valuable hiding spot. The leaf vortex crumbled under the hail. The scarecrow, with the lowest defense of the group, was getting absolutely hammered. Night Shadow Rose had to switch to flash step just to dodge the ice bombardment. The entire assault team was falling apart. Bai Liang came scrambling toward My Rock Cluster for shelter. Then Huang Yin. Then even Scarface repositioned closer. Professional killers were literally running to hide behind the same rocks as me, the lobster guy. We were all cowering together like school kids under a desk during an earthquake drill. Enough, Huang Yin finally lost it. Rock explosion punch. Go, you two. Condensed water fist, Scarface commanded. I'll cover. Scarecrow, eerie smile plus spirit arrow. The scarecrow's face twisted into the most skin-crawling grin I've ever seen. The dragon turtle's body locked up momentarily, emotionally hijacked, and then a transparent psychic arrow pierced straight into its brain, forcing it to relive its most painful memories. Spirit arrow makes them experience their worst trauma? That scarecrow is the most toxic monster I've ever seen. While the dragon turtle was stunned, all 3 melee fighters charged in simultaneously. Night Shadow Rose leaped skyward and formed a massive black blade, giant leaf slash. The stone man and shark wound up their heaviest punches from opposite sides. Triple attack, point-blank range. The dragon turtle couldn't dodge. At the last possible second, the turtle snapped out of the mind control, let out another earth-shattering roar, and retracted its head, legs, and tail completely inside its shell. All 3 attacks connected. Boom. Crash. Slash. The results? 2 heavy punches bounced off the shell like they'd hit a mountain. The leaf slash managed to carve 1 scratch into the surface. That's it. 1 line. On armor that could apparently tank 3 simultaneous excellent rank attacks and come away with a paper cut. My full power punch felt like scratching an itch for this thing. Scarface's face was dark. Night Rose's slash at least left a mark, but it's nowhere near breaking through, Huang Yin groaned. Then the dragon turtle started spinning. Inside its shell, on the beach, like a 15-meter-tall bowling ball from hell. It's using crush. Move. The spinning shell tore across the sand directly at the stone man, the slowest target. Huang Yin screamed for rock armor. The golem braced with everything it had. Wham! The stone man got launched like a toy, flying 15 meters through the air and smashing through a massive rock formation. The thing that was built to be an indestructible tank just got treated like a tennis ball. Its damage output is insane. Huang Yin stared at his crumbling golem in horror. Stone Man is in critical condition. Everyone turned to Night Rose. The math was simple. 3 excellent rank pets combined couldn't break the turtle's defense. Only Night Shadow Rose, with its quadruple type advantage against water rock, had the raw damage potential to actually kill this thing. Scarface spoke up. Night Rose. Your pet has 4 times effectiveness. Stop holding back. Night Rose remained eerily calm. My Night Shadow Rose is built as an assassin. One-shot kills. But this turtle's defense might be too high even for me. I'm not sure I can break through. Then the dragon turtle started rolling again, straight toward the wounded stone man for a finishing blow. Huang Yan's face went pale but hardened with determination. He looked at Night Rose with the desperation of a man about to sacrifice his most valuable asset. Before my stone man goes down, let us create an opening for you. 1 clean shot. But please, stop hiding your real power. I pressed myself deeper behind my rock, watching 4 of the most dangerous people I'd ever encountered struggle against one monster, and thought about how the system had cheerfully suggested I go fight this thing myself. My snake is rank 5. My cloud is rank 3. That turtle could sneeze on us, and we'd cease to exist. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a tiny, stupid, completely irrational voice was whispering. It's called Dragon Turtle. And dragon is in the name. And you need 1 more crystal core. I told that voice to shut up and die. The stone man was on its last legs, but Huang Yin wasn't done. The man let out a battle cry that sounded like it came from the bottom of his soul. Earthquake. His golem went berserk. Brown light exploded from its body as it raised both massive fists and slammed them into the beach. The ground didn't just shake, it cracked open. An actual fissure ripped across the sand toward the spinning dragon turtle like a zipper opening on reality itself. I almost fell on my face. The entire beach was vibrating like we were standing on a subwoofer at a rock concert. I grabbed the nearest boulder and held on for dear life. The shockwave caught the dragon turtle mid-roll and launched it into the air. A 15-ton turtle. Airborne. Spinning helplessly above the beach like the world's most terrifying frisbee. Night Rose's eyes locked on. This was the moment. Rose petal formation. Her Night Shadow Rose vanished in a blur of flash step. When I spotted it again, it was above the dragon turtle, having literally run up falling leaves to reach the sky. The flower assassin spread its arms wide, and the air filled with the sweet scent of roses, which would have been lovely if it weren't the smell of impending ultraviolence. Below the dragon turtle, a blood-red rose the size of a building materialized out of thin air. A phantom flower, glowing crimson in the darkness, slowly opening its petals like death itself, was blooming. Black vines shot out from the sides and wrapped around the turtle, pinning it inside the giant rose like a gift-wrapped apocalypse. Then the petals came. Millions of them. Blood-red, razor-sharp, each one carrying enough killing intent to make a sword jealous. They poured into the rose from every direction in massive crimson waves, slashing and cutting everything inside. Crack, crack, crack. Thousands of long gashes appeared across the dragon turtle's shell. And then, blood. Dark, shimmering blood seeping through the wounds. Treasure blood. I can see it. Bai Liang looked like he was going to pass out from excitement. Even Scarface cracked what might have been a smile. The plan was working. Night Shadow Rose was going to shred this turtle open like a weight. Something was wrong. I was watching the dragon turtle stat panel, and something was changing. The turtle had been taking hits without fighting back for way too long. A chief-rank beast doesn't just sit there and accept punishment, unless it's doing something else, something that requires time. Then I saw it in the data. The dragon turtle is activating its own transcendent skill. The 5-sided rock patterns on the turtle's shell started vibrating, sliding, merging together like tectonic plates in fast forward. The pieces locked into each other with mechanical precision until the entire shell surface transformed from cracked farmland into polished, gleaming battle armor radiating intense golden brown light. Super rock armor. Transcendent tier. What is that? Bai Liang screamed. Super armor transformation. Huang Yan's face went white. Transcendent level defensive skill. How is that different from regular rock armor? Bai Liang was spiraling. Scarface answered with the enthusiasm of a funeral director. It's transcendent class. This just got much worse. He was right. The moment Super Rock Armor activated, Night Shadow Rose's million-petal blender attack became about as effective as throwing confetti at a tank. The petals bounced off, shattered against the surface, did absolutely nothing. Night Rose made the call instantly. Retreat. Now, her flower assassin disengaged, and Flash stepped back to her side in a heartbeat. The gorgeous blood-red rose formation dissolved into the wind. Bai Liang nearly had a stroke. What are you doing? You were winning. Just keep hitting it. Rose petal formation is useless now. Continuing wastes energy and puts my pet at risk. But you have 4 times type advantage. Huang Yin cut him off with the voice of a man delivering terrible news at a hospital. Super rock armor gives a 5 times defense multiplier. 5 times defense. The dragon turtle's defense was now 6 times what it started at. Even with quadruple type advantage, Night Shadow Rose couldn't cut through that. It was like trying to defeat a brick wall by having a really sharp opinion about it. We underestimated this thing, Scarface said quietly. No. No. Bai Liang was punching the rock next to him. We were so close. The blood was right there. I don't fight battles I can't win, Night Rose declared, already turning to leave. Good luck, gentlemen. The 3 A-rank hunters stared at the invincible golden turtle sitting on the beach like a monument to their failure. Months of preparation, intelligence gathering, waiting for the perfect opportunity. All for nothing because this prehistoric reptile had a cheat code armor skill that made it literally unkillable. I watched all of this from behind my boulder, heart hammering, brain working at a speed it had never reached before. 5 times defense buff. The super rock armor is a buff, an enhancement, a positive effect applied to the turtle's own stats. And Ziyin just learned a skill today that does one very specific thing. Grudge Curse converts any opponent's buff into a debuff. 5 times defense becomes 5 times defense reduction. My hands started shaking. This was insane. This was suicide. This was the dumbest idea I'd ever had, and I once fell into an open manhole and ended up in another dimension. But that turtle's name was Dragon Turtle. And dragon was in the name. And I needed one. More. Core. And if Grudge Curse actually flipped that armor skill, Night Shadow Rose's 4 times effective attacks would hit a target with 1/6 of its normal defense instead of 6 times its normal defense. That's a 36-fold swing in damage effectiveness. The turtle would go from invincible to tissue paper in one move. Night Rose was walking away. The 3 hunters were giving up. Nobody was watching the broke college kid hiding behind a rock. My heart was trying to escape through my ribcage. Every rational thought in my brain was screaming stop. I bit down hard and gave the command. Ziyun, use Grudge Curse. The invisible cloud hovering silently above the battlefield, forgotten by everyone, noticed by no one, finally had her moment. Either this works and I become the craziest person on this beach, or it doesn't and I become the deadest. Let's find out. Ziyun, Grudge Curse. Now, my invisible cloud, floating undetected above the battlefield this entire time, forgotten by every single person present, finally unleashed the skill she'd learned 2 hours ago from being jealous of a pretty woman lying on me. The air around the dragon turtle filled with ghostly wailing, children's laughter, eerie crying. Shadowy figures appeared from nowhere, swirling around the massive turtle like a haunted carousel, clinging to its body and feeding on its energy. The golden glow of super rock armor started flickering, dimming, dying. What the hell is that? Ghosts? Bai Liang was rubbing his eyes like he'd lost his mind. Ghost-type skill. It's that kid's doing, Scarface said flatly. Night Rose stopped walking away, turned around slowly, found me in the darkness. Her beautiful eyes went wide. Li Bo, on my stat panel, I watched the dragon turtle's defense buff drain away in real time like a bathtub with the plug pulled. Super rock armor bonus, 5x. For X, 3x, 2x, 1x, 0, then it kept going. Dash 1x, dash 2x, dash 3x, dash 4x, dash 5x. Grudge Curse didn't just remove the buff. It reversed it. The 5 times defense bonus became a 5 times defense penalty. This turtle went from being the most armored creature on the beach to being made of wet cardboard. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely think straight. Xiao Bai, go! She shot forward like a white bullet, slithering across the wet sand toward the disoriented dragon turtle. The beast could feel something was catastrophically wrong. Its armor wasn't just gone, it felt naked, exposed, fragile. Every instinct screamed one word: run. The dragon turtle tried to extend its head and legs to flee back to the ocean. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Ice fog. Maximum power. Freeze the head. The moment that long serpentine neck poked out of the shell, Xiaobai opened her mouth and unleashed the biggest blast of ice fog she'd ever produced. In the cold night air, the freezing effect was amplified beyond anything we'd achieved before. The turtle's entire head froze solid in an instant. A 15-meter beast with its most vulnerable body part turned into an ice sculpture. Frost blade tail. Finish it. Xiaobai coiled her body on a nearby rock like a loaded spring, then launched herself into the air. She spun. 1 rotation, 2, 2.5. Her tail gathering condensed ice energy into a blade so sharp it caught the moonlight and blazed like a white laser. The arc was perfect, graceful, devastating. Crack. The frozen head exploded on impact, shattered into 1,000 glittering pieces. And from the wreckage, a crystal the size of my palm burst out, shining like a miniature moon against the dark sky. Ding. Chief rank Beast Dragon Turtle, killed. Ding. Calculating skill inheritance rewards. Ding. White Spirit Snake inherits. Hailstorm, advanced. Ding. Phantom Shadow Cloud inherits. Arrow Rain, advanced. Ding. Phantom Shadow Cloud leveled up. Ordinary rank 6. Ding. White Spirit Snake leveled up. Ordinary rank 8. 3 levels each. Both of them jumped 3 whole ranks from 1 kill. Xiaobai went from rank 5 to rank 8 and picked up an advanced tier skill. Ziyan hit rank 6 and got arrow ring. We just went from cute starter squad to we murdered a chief rank monster and stole its homework. The whole thing took maybe 5 seconds. 5 seconds that none of the professional killers saw coming because they were too busy arguing with each other and giving up. Then reality crashed back in. That kid just killed the dragon turtle. Scarface sounded genuinely shocked for the first time all night. Coming from a man whose emotional range spans from cold to slightly less cold, that was basically a standing ovation. Look, a crystal core dropped. Huang Yin pointed at the glowing pearl floating in the air. Dragon Turtle Crystal Core. Bai Liang's eyes went full psychopath. He licked his lips like a cartoon villain. We've been fighting this thing for hours, and this little punk swoops in for the last hit? And oh way, before I could react, Bai Liang summoned his second pet, a lightning bird. Golden feathers, crackling with electricity, elite rank 6. It materialized in the sky above my snake like a feathered death sentence. Xiaobai saw the danger and immediately grabbed the crystal core with her tail, sprinting back toward me at full speed. Kid, drop the core or things get ugly. Bai Liang's voice cut through the wind. I looked at the lightning bird. Elite rank 6. My snake was ordinary rank 8. The math didn't work. None of the math worked. Every rational calculation said to surrender the core and walk away breathing. I clenched my jaw until it hurt. Xiaobai, drop the core. Give it to him. Bai Liang, I swear to God, I will remember your face for the rest of my life. I meant every word. This debt was going into the permanent ledger, with compound interest. But Xiaobai didn't listen. She kept running, tail wrapped around the crystal core like her life depended on it. Eyes burning with stubborn fury. Master, we killed the dragon turtle. This core is ours. I'm not giving it to that scum. Xiaobai, listen to me. Drop it. And oh, Bai Liang smirked. Stubborn little snake. Fine. Lightning bird. Thunder. A bolt of blue lightning split the sky and slammed directly into Xiaobai. The explosion threw sand everywhere. When the dust settled, Xiaobai was on the ground, body twitching, dark burn marks scorched across her white scales. Electricity still crackling across her skin. Xiaobai, I was running before I knew my legs were moving. Full sprint across the beach, barefoot, zero protection, straight toward my dying snake. She heard me, forced her eyes open. Her body was wrecked, burned, paralyzed, barely conscious. But her tail was still wrapped around that crystal core. She started crawling toward me, inch by agonizing inch. Xiaobai, drop the core. Please. I don't want it. I want you alive, master. Her voice was a whisper in my mind. Her eyes were going dim, but she wouldn't let go. Bai Liang watched us like we were entertainment. How touching. Master and pet, struggling together. Lightning bird, one more thunder. End it. Another bolt formed above the clouds. Blue light crackled. My heart stopped. If that hit Xiaobai again, she was dead. Not injured. Not knocked out. Dead. Xiaobai, big sister. I'm coming. Ziyun materialized out of thin air directly above Xiao Bai, positioning her cloud body as a living shield right as the lightning bolt crashed down. Ziyun. And oh, the thunder hit her full force. A blinding flash. A deafening crack. I squeezed my eyes shut. Then, silence. I opened my eyes. Ziyun was floating there, completely fine. Not a scratch. The lightning bolt had been absorbed into her body like water into a sponge. Not deflected. Not resisted. Absorbed. Sucked in and swallowed whole without a ripple. Every single person on the beach went dead silent. Bai Liang's confident smirk melted off his face like ice cream in July. The phantom shadow cloud absorbed the lightning. I stared at Ziyun hovering protectively over Xiao Bai's burned body, crackling faintly with stolen electricity, and felt something between overwhelming relief and hysterical laughter rising in my chest. My jealous little cloud girl who learned her best combat skill from being mad about another woman sitting on me just tanked a lightning strike from an elite rank monster like it was a light drizzle. I don't understand how any of this works anymore, and honestly, I've stopped trying. I don't believe this, Bai Liang screamed, veins popping on his forehead like he was about to explode. His lightning bird powered up to maximum, golden wings crackling, electricity arcing everywhere, and fired the fattest bolt of thunder I've ever seen. The thing looked like Zeus himself sneezed. It slammed into Ziyun with the force of a natural disaster. Her cloudy body lit up like a disco ball, so bright I couldn't even look directly at her. The electricity crackled and sparked across her entire form for what felt like forever. Then it stopped. Ziyun was floating there, completely fine. Again, but this time, she was covered in dancing electrical arcs. Blue lightning crawling across her purple body like she'd just eaten a thunderstorm for lunch and was wearing the leftovers as accessories. Li Bo brother. I'm so full. Her voice echoed in my head, sounding like someone who'd just finished an all-you-can-eat buffet. She didn't block the lightning. She ate it. Twice. Like it was a snack. Ding. Phantom Shadow Cloud's third evolution path has been unlocked. Third path? The system only showed 2 before. But I couldn't think about that right now because Xiao Bai was dying in front of me. I scooped her up. She was burned, twitching, barely conscious, but her tail was still coiled around that crystal core like a stubborn child refusing to let go of a candy bar. Master, I won't. Give it. It's OURS. Her eyes closed. She passed out in my arms. Something inside me snapped. Not broke, hardened, like steel being forged. I gently pried the crystal core from her tail, pocketed it, and sent her into the beast space where the auto-heal would start repairing her body. Kid, you're hiding the core? You really do have a death wish. Bai Liang was practically frothing. I stood up, looked him dead in the eyes, fist shaking. Not from fear this time. From rage. Bai Liang, you better kill me tonight. Because if I walk off this beach alive, I will kill you. I meant it. Every syllable. Every letter. The words came out so cold and vicious that even Bai Liang flinched. For 1 second, the cocky mask slipped, and I saw something in his eyes. Not fear exactly, but the uncomfortable realization that the kid he'd been bullying might actually be serious. He recovered quickly. You think because your little cloud blocked 2 thunderbolts, you can threaten me? A 3-rank hunter? I don't care about the gap. I'm not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ziyun floated in front of me, ready to die fighting. My ordinary rank 6 cloud against his army of excellent tier monsters. The math was suicide. We both knew it. Neither of us moved. Fine then. Today you learn what happens when ants challenge gods. Bai Liang's eyes went dark. Lightning bird, feather cyclone. The bird started spinning in the air. Its wings became a blur, whipping up a massive white tornado dozens of meters tall. The wind hit me so hard my hair went horizontal. This was feather cyclone, an advanced flying type skill, the kind that turns people into red mist. Huang Yin tried to stop him. Bai Liang, an advanced skill will kill him. You want the investigation bureau hunting you. This kid just threatened to murder me. If I let him grow, he might actually do it one day. Better to end it now and sell his pets on the black market. The tornado screamed toward us. I could feel the air being sucked out of my lungs. Ready? Ziyun, Li Bo brother. Even if we die, I'm staying with you. I almost smiled. Almost. Sorry I never got to evolve you into that third path. Kill them. Lightning bird, the cyclone launched. 50 meters of spinning death barreling straight at us. I started to close my eyes. Enough. One word. Sharp as a blade. Cutting through the hurricane noise like it was nothing. Whoosh. A massive black arc, a giant leaf slash, screamed through the air and smashed into the lightning bird hiding inside the tornado. Direct hit. The bird screeched, spun sideways, and cratered into a boulder so hard that blood started trickling down the rock face. The tornado dissolved instantly. The bird was barely alive. Night Shadow Rose. Night Rose's chief rank assassin plant. I whipped around. Night Rose was standing there, arms crossed, looking at Bai Liang like he was an insect she was deciding whether or not to step on. This kid. You can't kill him. Bai Liang went ballistic. What? Why? Who is he to you? No reason needed. I said no. That means no. Her eyes flashed with killing intent so dense it was practically visible. Bai Liang physically recoiled like he'd been punched by her stare alone. He tried the numbers game, turning to the other two hunters. You're just going to let this kid steal the crystal core? After everything we did, Huang Yin put a heavy hand on Bai Liang's shoulder. Honestly, the kid killed the dragon turtle. Fair and square. The core is rightfully his. Bai Liang spun to Scarface. What about you? Getting robbed isn't your style. Scarface didn't even look at him. I came for treasure blood. I don't care about the core. Night Rose smiled like a judge delivering a verdict. 2 in favor of Li Bo keeping the core. 1 abstaining. Motion passed. Anything else? Bai Liang looked like he was chewing on broken glass. He wanted to explode. But Night Rose's chief rank monster was right there. Scarface didn't care, and Huang Yin was against him. He was outnumbered, outranked, and outmatched. He glared at me with enough hatred to power a small furnace. Lucky kid. Enjoy it while it lasts. The 4 of them turned to the dragon turtle's massive corpse and started extracting treasure blood from its shell. Vials and containers came out. Business as usual for professional hunters. Night Rose caught my eye and gave me the tiniest nod. Go. Now. While they're busy. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed Ziyun and ran. Through the dark, over rocks, across sand, straight toward the park exit, not looking back once. Behind me, the most dangerous people in Shanghai were squabbling over turtle blood like co-workers fighting over the last donut. In my pocket, 1 dragon turtle crystal core. In my beast space, 1 injured snake girl healing on auto-recovery. Floating beside me, 1 cloud girl crackling with stolen electricity and a brand new mystery evolution path. My legs burned. My lungs screamed. My heart was beating so fast it might have been filing a formal complaint. But I was alive. My pets were alive. And Bai Liang's face was permanently carved into my memory like a tattoo made of pure hatred. One day, when I'm strong enough, that man is going to deeply, deeply regret making Xiao Bai bleed. That's not a threat. That's a receipt. And I always collect. I climbed over the park fence like a raccoon escaping a dumpster fire. No grace. All desperation. Look back. Nobody following. Good. I took off running toward home. Those guys are probably fighting over turtle blood right now like Black Friday shoppers at a TV sale. I checked on Xiao Bai in the beast space. She was curled up in a corner, breathing steadily, wounds slowly closing thanks to the auto-heal. Alive. Sleeping. Safe. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours. Bai Liang. Lightning Bird. I burned those names into my memory like a tattoo on my brain. Next time we meet, I'm coming for you. And I won't be running. Then I spotted someone standing in the middle of the road ahead. Tall. Curvy. Black leather catsuit glowing in the moonlight like a magazine cover for Assassin's Monthly. Night Rose. My guard went up immediately. She wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be back at the beach extracting turtle blood. How did she get in front of me? Did she fly? Was she waiting for me this whole time? My brain started running worst-case scenarios. What if the whole saving me from Bai Liang thing was just a setup? Save me publicly, then murder me privately for the crystal core? No witnesses. Clean job. Very professional. I took 2 steps backward. She noticed instantly and gave me a smile so dangerous it should require a license. Oh, little brother, you were so bold this afternoon when you had your hands all over me, and now you're shy? Just tell me what you want. She walked toward me with the slowest, most deliberate catwalk in human history. Stopped right in front of me. Drew a little circle on my chest with her fingertip. What do you think a woman wants when she tracks down a man late at night? I looked down. Her zipper was strategically positioned. The view was Extensive. My brain tried to formulate an intelligent response and produced only TV static. Do you do this with every guy? You make me sound so cheap, she laughed, then whispered in my ear so close I could feel her breath. You were so brave on that beach tonight. I really like that. Full body shiver. Not the good kind. I might be getting seduced by someone who kills people for a living, kind. You didn't come here just to flirt with me. Smart boy. She rolled up her sleeve and showed me a bracelet, a gorgeous silver chain with a deep red pearl set in it. I recognized it instantly from news reports. The silver water chain, a one-of-a-kind luxury storage item made from 1,000-year silver, ore, and deep-sea pearls. The previous owner was a billionaire, who was assassinated by someone who was never caught. And here Night Rose was wearing it like a Tuesday accessory. Like it? Beg me nicely, and I'll give it to you. I stole it anyway, so I don't care. I think I'll pass. My karma can't handle stolen murder jewelry. Knew you didn't have the guts. Then she pulled something out of the bracelet's storage function. A glass vial filled with shimmering red liquid. My heart stopped. Is that dragon turtle treasure blood? Yours. I couldn't process this. The Night Rose, S-rank bounty hunter, body count higher than most wars, was standing here giving me a priceless treasure that 4 professional killers nearly died trying to obtain. For me? Why? It's extra. You earned it. That's not a real answer. Those 3 hunters would drink each other's blood before sharing. There's no way there was extra. She looked away, crossing her arms like a teenager caught being nice. Fine. I took an extra portion for you. By force. Consider it payback for helping me hide from the cops this afternoon. Happy. I stared at her. She'd already saved my life on the beach. That was more than enough repayment for the afternoon favor. Now she was giving me treasure blood too. This was like getting a tip after the restaurant already comped your meal. Thank you. She flinched, like the word physically startled her. You're welcome. Whatever. The gap between terrifying S-rank killer and awkward girl who doesn't know how to accept gratitude was giving me emotional whiplash. She was blushing. The woman who murders people professionally was blushing because someone said thank you. Now go. Bai Liang will be leaving the beach soon. That man holds grudges like they're investments. Be careful, and for the love of everything, don't be this reckless again until you have the power to back it up. She was lecturing me, like a concerned big sister. The deadliest woman in the region was giving me life advice and safety tips. Then she seemed to realize she'd said too much. Her face snapped back to cool, mysterious killer mode. She shoved the vial into my hand, and speed walked away into the darkness like she was fleeing from her own emotions. Hey, I called out. Will I see you again? She stopped. Didn't turn around, but I could hear the smile in her voice. Count on it. Little brother. She vanished into the night. Terrifying. Beautiful. Surprisingly thoughtful. And almost certainly unhinged. Back home. Door locked. Lights on. Both pets summoned. For a moment, I just stood there in my crappy little apartment, looking at Xiao Bai and Zi Yun. We'd almost died tonight. All of us. And now we were back in this tiny room that smelled like instant noodles and ambition. Master, can I become a dragon now? Xiao Bai looked up at me. Still injured. Burn marks visible. But her eyes were on fire. Xiao Bai, you're still hurt. Maybe we should wait until Tomer. And oh. She shook her tiny snake head with more determination than I'd ever seen. I'm too weak, master. I need to be stronger. Now. Tonight. I looked at her scars. Every one of them earned protecting that crystal core. Protecting our victory. She'd taken a lightning bolt and kept crawling. She'd refused a direct order from me, her own tamer, because she believed we deserved what we'd fought for. Who was I to tell her to wait? Okay, let's do this. I placed 6 steelhead dragon shrimp cores in a circle on the floor. Then, in the center, the dragon turtle crystal, the one Xiao Bai nearly died for, glowing like a miniature moon. Ding. Dragon named crystal cores, 7/7. Ancestry reversion quest complete. Confirm reversion. The 7 crystals lifted off the ground on their own, started orbiting Xiao Bai like tiny planets around a sun. Energy poured from each one into her body. White light erupted, soft at first, then blinding. Xiao Bai's silhouette blurred, stretched, transformed inside the glowing cocoon. 5%, 52%, 78%, 99%, 100%. Ding. White spirit snake has successfully reverted to ancestral form. Ding. Please welcome your new pet. White spirit dragon. The light faded, and there she was. A 3-meter-long ice dragon. Sleek, elegant, magnificent. Her body was pure white, covered in semi-transparent ice crystal scales that caught the light like diamonds. Wings like carved glaciers, radiating power. 2 delicate horns crowned her head, with a diamond-shaped ice rune glowing between them. Her eyes, still that beautiful ice blue, were deeper now. Ancient, wise, dangerous. Her claws were slender but sharp as icicles. Her tail split into a forked shape like a swallow's, coated in frost. With every breath, cold mist poured from her nostrils, and tiny ice crystals floated around her body like personal snowfall. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I opened her stat panel with trembling hands. White spirit dragon. Female. Ice and dragon type. Ordinary rank 8. Potential, overlord tier. Overlord. That's 3 tiers above excellent. 2 above chief. My clearance bin reject snake that everyone laughed at, the one Lin Fei'er tried to kill for target practice, was now a dragon with overlord tier potential. Skills: Dragon Claw, basic, Ice Fog, mid, Death Coil, mid, Frost Blade Tail, mid, Frost Ridge Spike, mid, Hailstorm, advanced. And then came the evolution path. White Spirit Dragon, Frost Ice Dragon, Dark Azure Ice Dragon, Proud, Cold Ice Dragon, King Extreme, Frost Holy Dragon. 5 evolution stages, ending in something called a Holy Dragon. I didn't even know that tier existed for ice dragons. But wait, there was more. Ding. Dragon Turtle Crystal Core Fusion detected. Ding. White Spirit Dragon has inherited Dragon Turtle genetic trait. High defense. Ding. Dragon Turtle skill, Rock Armor, fused and converted Ice Armor, advanced. Ding. Ice Armor. Coats the body in hardened ice, doubling defense. Growth type skill, effect automatically increases with each evolution. She got the Dragon Turtle's tankiness, merged with her ice powers. A growth skill that gets stronger every time she evolves. My Glass Cannon Ice Snake just picked up an auto-scaling shield that'll make her tougher at every stage of development. Let me do the math on what just happened tonight. Started with an ordinary rank 5 common ice snake with 3 mid-tier skills. Budget pet, pity pick, laughingstock. Ended with an overlord potential ice dragon with 6 combat skills, including an advanced tier hailstorm and a self-scaling defensive ability inherited from a chief rank sea monster, plus an evolution path that goes all the way to Holy Dragon. Lin Fei'er's 30 million coin red crystal dragon has excellent tier potential. My free snake, the one she tried to exterminate, now outranks it by 2 entire tiers. I sank to my knees in my crappy apartment, surrounded by melting ice crystals and the fading glow of ancestral magic, and started laughing. Quietly at first, then harder, then so hard Zian thought I was having a breakdown. 23 days until the tournament. Lin Fei'er, by Leon. Everyone who looked down on us. Everyone who stepped on our shaved ice. Everyone who said a broke orphan with a garbage snake couldn't compete. Get ready. The dragon is awake. And she remembers everything. Master, Xiaobai nuzzled her brand new dragon head against me, and I swear I almost cried. I ran my hand along her smooth white horns. My dragon had horns now, and felt pure happiness flooding my chest. You're really a dragon. You're actually a dragon. I pulled up her stat sheet and started geeking out like a kid on Christmas morning who got every present on the list plus a pony. Dragon Claw, a dragon-exclusive grappling skill. Only basic tier, but on an actual dragon body with actual dragon muscles. Even a basic claw attack hits like a freight train. Frost Ridge Spike. She flaps her wings and fires razor-sharp ice spikes with insane piercing power. Specifically designed to shred through high-defense monsters. Basically a tank killer missile launcher attached to a dragon. No big deal. And then there was Ice Armor, the gift that kept on giving from our dead friend the Dragon Turtle. Currently doubles her defense, but it's a growth skill. Every time Xiaobai evolves, Ice Armor gets stronger automatically. Which means someday, my Ice Dragon might have a defensive ability as broken as the Dragon Turtle's Transcendent Tier Super Rock Armor. Transcendent Tier. Someday, the memory of Night Shadow Rose's Petal Tornado and the Dragon Turtle's Invincible Shell was still fresh. Those were the big leagues. And now I had a path to get there. Let me do a quick inventory of my dragon's ridiculous loadout. 2 advanced tier skills, hailstorm and ice armor, for mid-tier skills, and a basic dragon claw. A normal ordinary rank pet has maybe 1 or 2 basic skills. Xiaobai was walking around with the arsenal of a monster 3 evolution stages above her. If I told any professor at the university about this, they'd check me into a mental hospital. And her potential? Overlord tier. In the entire continent, Overlord-level pets are so rare that the people who own them are basically royalty. Lin Fei'er's fancy red crystal dragon. Excellent tier. For full tiers below Xiaobai now. My free snake from the clearance bin just lapped a 30 million coin dragon in potential. The universe has a sense of humor after all. Next evolution, Frost Ice Dragon. None of the names in Xiaobai's evolution chain existed in any textbook, database, or monster encyclopedia anywhere. This was completely uncharted territory. No guides. No references. No top 10 tips for raising your white spirit dragon. Articles on the internet. I was flying blind. Just as I started panicking, the system threw me a lifeline. Ding. White Spirit Dragon has reached Ordinary Rank 8. Evolution quest available early. Accept? Yes. Thank you. You beautiful broken cheat code. Most pets can only start their next evolution at rank 9. But smart tamers prepare in advance, and the system was letting me get a head start. 3 tasks appeared. Quest 1. Reach Ordinary Rank 9. Standard requirement. Just keep grinding levels. Nothing special. Quest 2. Win a battle against a type that's strong against Xiaobai. Ice Dragon type has several weaknesses. Fire, rock, fighting, and more. Just find one and beat it. Tough, but doable. Quest 3. Collect 3 Frost Spirit Herbs. The first 2? Manageable. The third? A nightmare. Frost Spirit Herbs only grow in extreme northern frozen wastelands. I live on the eastern coast. That's like needing a specific flower from Antarctica while living in Florida. And even if I somehow traveled north, these herbs are ridiculously rare. Black market dealers might carry them, but I'm a broke orphan student who just spent his last 500 coins on a beach ticket. I don't exactly have black market connections. How am I supposed to? Crash. Xiaobai moved her wings slightly and swept everything off my dresser. Bottles, books, a lamp, all on the floor. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to yo. Her blue eyes were panicking. She looked like a puppy that just knocked over the Christmas tree. It's not your fault, Xiaobai. It's this shoebox apartment's fault. She was 3 meters long now with wings. My room was designed for one skinny college student and maybe a houseplant. Having a dragon in here was like parking a school bus in a closet. I placed my hand on her head. Let's go back to Beast Girl mode. Flash of light. Human Xiaobai appeared. But she looked different. 2 pristine white dragon horns now poked through her silver hair. Her already flawless skin had become even more luminous, practically glowing with an icy, aristocratic elegance. She looked less like a cute snake girl and more like a frost princess who'd wandered out of a mythological painting. Master, am I ugly now? She was touching her face nervously, worried about the horns. Are you kidding? You're the most beautiful thing I've ever. Excuse me? What about me? Ziyun materialized beside me with her arms crossed and her cheeks puffed out like an angry blowfish. My precious Ziyun, you're equally beautiful. I didn't mean, liar. You obviously like Xiaobai more. She turned away with maximum dramatic flair. Full pout. Peak sulk. Oscar-worthy performance. You're both beautiful. I love you both equally. I don't believe you. She side-eyed me with devastating effectiveness. Unless you make me as strong as Big Sister. OH. So that's what this was about. She wasn't jealous of Xiaobai's looks. She was jealous of the power-up. She'd watched Xiaobai transform into a dragon and thought, where's my glow up? Which reminded me, the system had mentioned a 3rd evolution path for Ziyun. I yanked open her panel immediately. Phantom Shadow Cloud. Ordinary rank 6. Potential, Overlord tier. Overlord. Ziyun jumped to Overlord Potential 2. Both my pets were now in the rarest tier on the entire continent. And there it was, 3 evolution paths instead of 2. Path 1, Pure Dark. Phantom Shadow Cloud Dark Mist Cloud Eternal Night Cloud Purple Dark Domain. Chief Tier Max. Path 2, Dark Water. Phantom Shadow Cloud Abyss Dark Cloud. Yellow Spring Cloud Purple Tide Sea Cloud. Chief Tier Max. Path 3, Dark Electric. Phantom shadow thunder cloud storm thunder cloud eternal night thunder cloud terminal thunder radiance. Overlord tier. Path 3 went all the way to Overlord. The first two maxed out at Chief tier. This new one went beyond. And it was a dark electric hybrid, one of the rarest attribute combinations in existence. It all made sense now. When Ziyun absorbed those two lightning bird attacks on the beach, the electricity didn't just bounce off. It fused with her body, changed her fundamental nature, unlocked a completely new evolutionary branch that nobody in history had ever seen before. I literally needed to send Bai Liang a thank you card. His attempt to murder my pets accidentally gave Ziyun the best evolution path possible. Getting attacked by his lightning bird was the luckiest thing that ever happened to us. I still hated his guts, but his contribution to my team-building strategy was undeniable. And thank God I didn't rush into choosing one of the first two paths earlier. If I'd been impatient and picked pure dark or dark water, this third path would have been locked forever. Patience literally saved Ziyun's entire future. Shadow thundercloud, storm thundercloud, eternal night thundercloud, terminal thunder radiance. Even the names sounded like in-game boss monsters. My cloud girl was going to evolve into something that combined shadow assassination with lightning devastation. An invisible thunderstorm that eats electricity for breakfast and turns your own power-ups against you with grudge curse. I tried clicking on the dark electric path to see the evolution tasks, but nothing popped up. Probably because Ziyun was only rank 6, she needed to hit rank 8 before the quest would unlock. Same as Xiaobai. One problem at a time. The priority list was clear. Step 1. Find 3 frost spirit herbs for Xiaobai's evolution. This was the bottleneck. No herbs, no frost ice dragon. Step 2. Level up Ziyun to rank 8 to unlock her evolution quests. Step 3. Win the university tournament in 3 weeks. Humiliate Lin Fei'er. Prove everyone wrong and not die in the process. Easy. Totally easy. Just gotta find Arctic plants that don't exist anywhere near me. Power level a jealous cloud. And defeat a rich girl's crystal dragon in front of the entire school. Li Bo brother. Are you going to make me strong too? Ziyun was looking at me with those big purple eyes, still pouting, but now with a glimmer of hope. I grinned and patted her head. Ziyun, you have no idea what's coming for you. Just be patient. Promise? Promise. She tried to maintain the pout, but couldn't stop a tiny smile from breaking through. Fine, but I want extra shaved ice tomorrow. 2 overlord potential pets. 1 broke tamer. 0 frost spirit herbs. And a tournament countdown that was ticking like a bomb. The grind never stops. Monday morning. Mandatory check-in day at the university training grounds. Every week, all students have to show up so teachers can confirm nobody's dead and monitor everyone's growth progress. Thrilling stuff. I walked into the training area and immediately got hit with the background noise of classmates gossiping like a flock of caffeinated parrots. Did you hear? Zhang Hong from class 8 hatched a thrown hawk from a blind egg. That thing can evolve to chief tier. Yeah, but his mental power is too weak to contract a second pet. He's thinking about breaking his starter contract just to keep it. Imagine dumping your first pet like a bad Tinder date. Oh. And Huang Meow Meow from class 3 found a rock-type bounce bunny in the wild. Brand new species. She was on the news. Big deal. My fire bounce bunny is way better. Your fire bounce bunny couldn't beat a light bunny, electric bunny, or evil bunny in a million years. Sit down. Hey Lu Nung, just because your wind speed dog hit ordinary rank 5, you think you're hot stuff? Meet me after school, normal university banter. People flexing, arguing, threatening to fight in the parking lot. Just another Monday. Then the energy in the room shifted completely. Look, it's Muao, the campus beauty. She's been MIA for weeks, and she looks even prettier somehow. I heard Lin Fei'er's red crystal dragon already evolved to elite rank. Wonder how Muao's moonlight cat is doing. Why do you care? Goddesses like her exist in a different dimension from us mortals. Just go back to training. Man, every time I think about how Li Bo had her and then got dumped, my heart bleeds for the wasted opportunity. I sneezed violently. Who the heck is talking about me? I turned around, and there she was. My ex-girlfriend, walking directly toward me like she'd been tracking my location via satellite. Muao, high ponytail, white skirt, 0 makeup because she doesn't need it. Same effortlessly perfect face that made me chase her for months. Same girl who left me for a cat girl. My mood went from neutral to Arctic in half a second. She stopped in front of me with a pleasant smile. It's been a while, Li Bo, has it? I gave her my coldest smirk. Funny, because the image of you and your cat girlfriend in that room feels like it happened yesterday. She flinched. Good. Direct hit. She recovered quickly, though. I heard you awakened your beast-taming talent. I'm sorry for what I said before. Congratulations, Li Bo, Aoshiwa. We know each other too well for empty pleasantries. I shrugged like I didn't care. Which I mostly didn't. Mostly. You don't need to apologize either. Beast tamers hooking up with their pets is apparently normal in this world. Water under the bridge. Her eyes widened. Does that mean you forgive me? Forgive? I laughed. One single, sharp laugh. Never. You cheated on me. I'm holding that grudge until the heat death of the universe. She went quiet. Then she started fidgeting and changed the subject at the speed of light. I heard about your bet with Lin Fei'er. The tournament is in a few days. If you want, I could help train you. Pass. But your white spirit snake is just a common pet. How can you possibly beat her red crystal dragon? Unless, her voice got tight. Almost angry. You actually want to be Lin Fei'er's boyfriend? She was biting her lower lip. Her eyes were doing that thing where she's trying to look calm, but internally combusting. The girl who dumped me for a cat was getting jealous about the possibility of me dating someone else. The audacity. The sheer, breathtaking, award-winning audacity. What if I do? What if I don't? How is that any of your business? Before she could finish sputtering, Mr. Wu appeared like a balding angel of good timing, carrying a folder with the enthusiasm of a man delivering lottery results. Congratulations, Li Bo. Your talent evaluation results are in. His voice wasn't loud, but every single person within earshot turned to stare. The whole training ground went quiet. Everyone wanted to know what the legendary late bloomer Li Bo had been rated. Even Mu Aoshiwa stopped mid-argument to watch. I opened the folder. A bunch of official stamps from national evaluation agencies. Very fancy, very bureaucratic. And right there in the center, printed in a font so large it was practically screaming, S-rank talent. Officially certified. Honestly, I wasn't surprised. My system gave me 5 god-tier abilities. S-rank was almost an insult, like rating a nuclear bomb as pretty dangerous. But official certification meant I could formally enter the tournament, and that's what mattered. The crowd around me exploded. People were grabbing my shoulders, shaking my hands, yelling congratulations like I'd just won the Super Bowl. I went from, that poor guy who got cucked by a cat girl, to, holy crap, the second S rank in our school's history, in about 3 seconds flat. 2 S ranks in 1 class year. First time ever at Jianghai University. Mr. Wu looked like he was already mentally composing his application for principal. Through the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Mu Aoshiwa standing at the edge of the crowd. Just staring, processing. The ex-boyfriend she'd dismissed as talentless was now her equal in rank. She mouthed something I couldn't hear. Looked like, congratulations. Then she turned and walked away. After the leadership gave us the usual, train hard, tournament in 3 days, don't die, speech, Mr. Wu checked everyone's stats and dismissed us with his trademark mix of encouragement and nagging. I left campus riding the high of official S-rank status. But as I walked through the gate, something caught my eye. Mu Aoshiwa, walking in the wrong direction. Her family sends a car for her every day. She lives on the opposite side of town. But today she was on foot, heading somewhere she definitely shouldn't be going. And she kept looking over her shoulder like she was making sure nobody followed her. Every alarm bell in my head started ringing. She ducked around a corner and vanished into a sketchy side street. Now, a normal person would mind their own business. A smart person would go home and focus on tournament prep. But I've fallen into a manhole, been dumped for a cat, fought lobsters at midnight, and been used as a body pillow by an S-rank assassin. My definition of normal expired a long time ago. I summoned Ziyun. Do I need to fight someone, Li Bo brother? No fighting. Go invisible. Follow Mu Aoshiwa. Report everything back to me. Ziyun activated phantom color mimicry and dissolved into thin air. Completely undetectable. The perfect spy. Mu Aoshiwa wound through a labyrinth of back alleys for a good 15 minutes before finally stopping in a hidden dead-end street. Ziyun locked onto her position from above and fed me the visual. Someone was waiting for her. A young man. standing in the shadows. He turned around as she approached and gave her a gentle smile. Congratulations, Xiao Shui. You've passed all the apprentice evaluations. You're now officially a D-rank hunter. My brain did a record scratch. Mu Aoshua, my ex-girlfriend, the campus beauty, the girl everyone thinks spends her time cuddling with her cat girl pet, was secretly training to become a bounty hunter. And she'd just been certified as D-rank. After everything I'd seen at Sunset Beach, the killers, the blood, the S-rank assassin who flirted with me while casually mentioning her body count, I now knew exactly what the hunter world looked like from the inside. And my bookworm ex-girlfriend was walking straight into it. Who was this guy? Why was he meeting her in a back alley? How long had this been going on? And most importantly, did her catgirl girlfriend know about this? My life just got complicated. Again, as always, forever. Ziyun fed me the whole conversation in real time like a floating purple surveillance camera. And what I heard made my brain do 3 consecutive backflips. Mu Aoshua, my sweet, gentle, cat-loving ex-girlfriend, was a secret bounty hunter. A D-rank 1, freshly promoted. She'd been doing missions, accumulating contribution points, and grinding her way through the Hunter Association's apprentice program this entire time. While I thought she was at home cuddling her cat girl, she was out completing bounty contracts like a part-time assassin with a student discount. The guy she was meeting was named Lin Fei'er, some kind of department chief for the local Hunter Association branch. He'd just confirmed her D-rank promotion and let her trade 1,000 contribution points for something called a phantom moon cake, the key evolution material for her moonlight cat. Then Lin Fei'er offered her a juicy contract. Someone was paying big money for the Jianghai University tournament champion to throw the fight. Basically, a mystery client wanted to buy the championship. Lin Fei'er figured Mu Aoshua could take the tournament easily, so all she'd have to do is win and then intentionally lose in the finals. Mu Aoshua shut it down instantly. That's a principal issue. I fight to win. Okay. Respect. Even though she broke my heart with a cat girl, I couldn't deny the woman had backbone. She took her moon cake and bounced, saying she'd be focusing entirely on evolving her moonlight cat for the tournament. The real question exploding in my brain was, the Hunter Association has a store, a contribution point store, where you can trade points for rare materials. Materials like, maybe, possibly, frost spirit herbs? After Mu Aoshua disappeared around the corner, I was mentally calculating how fast I could become a hunter when Lin Fei's voice cut through the air like a cold blade. Either you come out yourself, or I kill your pet first. Your choice. My blood froze. This guy had detected both me and Ziyun, my invisible, undetectable, phantom mimicry cloud girl who literally absorbs into the environment. And this dude spotted her like she was wearing a neon sign. No. Total misunderstanding. I shuffled out from behind the wall with my hands up and my most harmless smile deployed at maximum wattage. Lin Fei'er looked me over the way a hawk examines a mouse that wandered into its nest. Please don't tell me you were hiding here just to peep on a girl, huh? Funny story, that's actually my ex-girlfriend. I just accidentally followed her here out of pure coincidence and definitely not suspicious curiosity. Smooth-talking brat. Hard to believe Xiao Shui dated someone like you. Fair point. Moving on. So listen, Yang. Bro, Brother Yang. Can I call you Brother Yang? That contribution point store you mentioned, do you guys have frost spirit herbs? I'll buy them. Name your price. Buy? He looked at me like I'd asked to purchase the moon. I'm not a shopkeeper, kid. The association doesn't sell things. My hopes crashed through the floor, through the basement, through the Earth's core. But they rocketed back up at light speed. We do have frost spirit herbs in stock. Brother Yang, you beautiful genius. I grabbed his arm like a drowning man grabbing a life preserver. You're my hero, my savior, my. Get off me, you clingy weirdo. He peeled my hands away. I was grinning too hard to care about dignity. So how do I get them? Become a hunter and earn contribution points, right? Like Mu Aoshua? Sign me up. Where's the application form? I'll fill it out in blood if I have to. Can't. Lin Fei'er shut me down flat. Hunter registration is invitation only. You need a recommendation from a C-rank hunter or above. No recommendation, no entry. A recommendation? Like a letter? A phone call? A secret handshake? In-person introduction is best. But since hunters are busy people, a referral token works too. Something given to you by a C-rank or higher hunter as proof of endorsement. A referral token. From a C-rank hunter. Or higher. My mind raced. Do I know any hunters? Do I know anyone who Night Rose? S-rank. The woman who gave me dragon turtle treasure blood and told me to stay alive. The woman who saved my life on the beach. The woman whose contact information I absolutely did not get because I was too busy running for my life. But she did give me something. Well, kid, I don't have time for. Wait. Yang Fei paused. Turned back. Raised an eyebrow. You said a token from a C rank or above, right? That's what I said. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a glass vial filled with shimmering crimson liquid. The same vial Night Rose had pressed into my hand just hours ago. Dragon turtle treasure blood, a substance so rare and valuable that 4 professional killers nearly murdered each other trying to obtain it. Given to me personally by an S-rank bounty hunter as a gift. If that wasn't proof of a high-ranking hunter's endorsement, nothing was. Yang Fei's eyes went wide. His cool composure cracked like an egg hitting concrete. His jaw actually dropped. That's dragon turtle treasure blood. His voice echoed through the empty alley. For a guy who'd been acting all calm and superior 30 seconds ago, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost riding a unicorn. I held the vial casually, trying to look like a man who regularly carries priceless biological treasures in his swim trunk pockets. Which, technically, I now was. Night Rose, wherever you are. Your little gift is about to open doors you never imagined. Thank you for the treasure blood. Thank you for saving my life. And thank you for being the world's most terrifying letter of recommendation. The Hunter Association store had frost spirit herbs, and I was about to talk my way in using the blood of a dead sea monster given to me by a wanted assassin I met while pretending she was my kinky beast girl in front of federal agents. My resume is getting weird. Yang Fei took one look at that vial, and his cool guy composure shattered like a window hit by a baseball. Dragon turtle treasure blood. I casually held the vial like it was a bottle of soda. Yep, and I think you can guess who gave it to me. My referral person shouldn't need much introduction, right? His brain connected the dots instantly. He knew the S-rank bounty for the dragon turtle. He knew only one person had the official contract. His eyes went wide enough to park a car in. Night Rose. You know Night Rose. Know her? We're practically best friends. I did not mention that our friendship started with her using me as a human mattress while hiding from cops, or that our bonding activities included me grabbing her, but in front of federal agents. Some details are better left unsaid. Yang Fei examined the blood vial with the reverence of a man holding a religious artifact. She actually completed the dragon turtle mission. Incredible. Truly S-rank material. I smiled and said nothing. I absolutely was not going to mention that I was the one who actually killed the dragon turtle. Let Night Rose have the credit. My ego could take the hit if it meant getting into the Hunter Association. If you had the treasure blood, you must have been at Sunset Beach that night, Yang Fei said suddenly. Sure was. His eyes went sharp. Laser-focused. Were there other hunters present besides Night Rose? Other hunters? Maybe. I'm not sure if they were official hunters, but there were 3 guys, Bai Liang, Scarface, and Huang Yan. I knew it. Yang Fei's expression went ice-cold. Those old division hunters are getting more brazen by the day, interfering with S-rank missions without authorization. Old division? Yang Fei studied me for a second, then apparently decided I'd earned the Lord dump. The Bounty Hunter Association is a global underground organization of beast tamers. Millions of registered hunters. Thousands of branch divisions worldwide. Millions? The old divisions are the original founding branches. Their hunters have been around the longest, know every loophole in the rulebook, and are strong enough to get away with breaking the ones they can't loop. They take unauthorized side jobs, mostly dirty work. Murder, arson, the kind of stuff you don't put on a business card. That's why the government officially classifies all hunters as an assassin organization. But doesn't the association itself hand out killing contracts? I was thinking about Night Rose. The investigation bureau called her an S-rank killer, but she insisted she was a bounty hunter, not an assassin. Was there actually a difference? Good question. Yang Fei nodded approvingly. Every kill contract goes through rigorous evaluation. The target has to be deemed harmful enough to warrant elimination, and the bounty has to be high enough to justify the risk. It's closer to vigilante justice than murder for hire. But the old division hunters doing unauthorized dirty work have destroyed the association's reputation. So Night Rose's kills were all sanctioned. Every last one. She's one of the cleanest S ranks in the system. Just happens to be terrifyingly efficient at her job. I felt a weird pang of guilt. I'd been mentally calling this woman a murderer since I met her. Turns out she was more like an extremely lethal community service worker with amazing legs and a body count that happened to be professionally supervised. So, kid, knowing all this, you still want to join? If joining means access to rare materials and resources, then yes. Where do I sign? That's the spirit. Yang Fei summoned his own steel pivot octopus, same species as Mr. Wu's, but at excellent rank 9, bigger and meaner. It had a special skill I'd never seen before, chip implant. Name, Li Bo, arm out. A mechanical tentacle flicked against my wrist. Felt like a mosquito bite. Done. Congratulations. You now have a Hunter Association identity chip implanted in your body. You are officially a registered apprentice bounty hunter. E-rank. I looked at my wrist. Completely clean. No mark. No scar. Just invisible future tech embedded in my arm. What does it do? Communication device, mission board, contribution point store, contact system, all operated by mental command. Think it open, it opens. I thought. Open store, and a holographic interface projected directly onto my retina. Rows and rows of items floating in my vision like a video game shop. Pets, pet eggs, evolution materials, drugs, equipment. I scrolled frantically until 3 beautiful words appeared. Frost Spirit Herb. They have it. Price, 100 contribution points per herb. I needed 3. Total cost, 300 points. That was my ticket to evolving Xiao Bai into a frost ice dragon. Right there. In the digital shopping cart of an underground assassin organization. My life had officially become a fever dream. One more thing, Yang Fei added. The store is display only. To actually receive items, you contact your handler, that's me, and I deliver them. So you're my handler and my division chief? Correct. Welcome to Division 4210. Division 4210. How many hunters are in our division? Including you. 7. 7? You said divisions have thousands of. We're newly established. Still recruiting. He coughed awkwardly. So my local hunter branch was basically a startup with 6 employees and a new intern. Me. The entry standards were so low they'd accept anyone who showed up with a pulse and a bottle of monster blood. This was the wish.com of hunter divisions. Anyway, work hard, complete missions, earn points. Your colleague Xiao Shui reached D rank in under 6 months. You should aim for the same. How do I rank up? Accumulate 1,000 contribution points for D rank. Higher ranks need exponentially more. You get points from completing bounty missions. But there's also a faster way. What is it? Yang Fei grinned mischievously. Rank battle, rank battle? Any lower-ranked hunter can challenge a higher-ranked hunter to combat. Your chips detect each other automatically. If the lower-ranked hunter wins, your ratings swap. So I could fight a D rank, beat them, and become D rank instantly. Exactly. High risk, high reward. The whole system keeps hunters sharp. My brain was already scheming. 300 points for herbs via missions. Or find a D rank hunter and punch my way to their level. Both paths were open. Speaking of missions, I have an E-rank bounty right here. Want it? Hit me. Yang Fei pulled a scroll from his storage ring and handed it over. I unrolled it dramatically. Bounty. Eliminate the Black Knight werewolf. A werewolf-type monster had been lurking in Jianghai's nightclub district, seducing young women and murdering them. Multiple victims. The bounty client was a father who'd lost his daughter to this creature. You want me to hunt a serial-killing werewolf that hangs out at clubs? It's a shape-shifting dark-type monster. Looks human. Very cunning. Very good at hiding. That's why the bounty is 350 contribution points, higher than normal E-rank. 350 points. More than enough for 3 frost spirit herbs with 50 to spare. 1 mission. 1 werewolf. All the herbs I needed. But can I actually beat this thing? Kid, you contracted a phantom shadow cloud. A werewolf should be below your pay grade. The hard part isn't the fight. It's finding the bastard. Fair point. Then something else clicked. Wait. Back there. How did you detect Ziyan? She was in full phantom mimicry mode. Yang Fei smiled the smile of a man who enjoys being underestimated. Phantom color mimicry hides the body. It doesn't hide the aura. A skilled tamer can feel even the tiniest energy disturbance in the air. Energy disturbance in the air. This guy was running a 7-person startup division but had the detection skills of a radar satellite. He knew phantom shadow cloud abilities inside out. He handled S-rank mission logistics casually, and he spotted my invisible pet like she was standing in a spotlight. Lin Fei'er was either the most overqualified small business owner in history, or there was a lot more to him than met the eye. One last thing. He turned to leave, then paused. Never reveal your hunter identity publicly. To the investigation bureau, we're all criminals. Getting caught means big trouble. Got it. Secret identity. Very superhero. He waved over his shoulder and disappeared down the alley, leaving me standing alone with a chip in my arm, a werewolf bounty in my hand, and a shopping list that included 3x Arctic herbs from underground assassin Costco, 3 days until the tournament, a werewolf to hunt, herbs to buy, a dragon to evolve, a rich girl to defeat. My schedule has never been more insane, and I've never been more excited. Let's go kill a werewolf. 2 days of hunting a serial-killing werewolf across Shanghai's nightlife district, and all I'd found so far was overpriced drinks and regret. Tonight's venue, the Backstreet Bar, the most underground, most hidden, most you definitely shouldn't be here establishment in the entire city. Took me forever just to find the entrance. Neon lights painted the dance floor in candy colors, while music loud enough to restructure your DNA rattled every surface. Outside was dead silent. Inside was pure chaos. 2 different worlds separated by one sketchy doorway. I was posted up in a VIP booth, legs crossed, arm around Xiao Bai's shoulder, knocking back a depth-charge cocktail like I owned the place. My entire vibe was rich playboy who does this every weekend. A character I'd perfected in my previous life from years of being forced to drink with my bosses at company dinners. Turns out getting exploited by corporate culture has some transferable skills. Master, stop drinking. You have the tournament tomorrow. Xiao Bai snatched my glass away with genuine concern on her face. I burped. Relax. Your master has the alcohol tolerance of a seasoned sailor. This is nothing, but we're supposed to be looking for the Black Knight werewolf. SHHH. I scanned the room nervously. Keep your voice down. If the werewolf hears us talking about hunting it, we'll never find it. She slapped both hands over her mouth. Sorry. Xiao Bai, you think I'm here to party? This booth cost me enough money to make my wallet file for divorce. But we have to blend in. Can't catch a werewolf if we look like cops on a stakeout. But we've been to like 5 bars already and found nothing. She had a point. 2 nights of club hopping and 0 werewolf sightings. This creature was slippery. According to the bounty scroll, its shape shifts into human form, seduces young women at nightclubs, then murders them. A serial-killing monster hiding in plain sight among drunk people and loud music. Finding it was like looking for a specific grain of sand on a beach. The reason I picked this bar tonight is because I heard they have regular beast person performances. Beast girls, beast men, all mixed in with the human crowd. It's the perfect hiding spot for a werewolf. Nobody would look twice at another animal-eared person in a place full of them. Xiao Bai looked around curiously. She was right. The bar was crawling with beast girls and beast men in revealing outfits, flirting with customers, dancing provocatively. This was apparently Backstreet Bar's whole brand, which meant Xiao Bai and I sitting together didn't raise any eyebrows either. Ladies and gentlemen, a hype man in streetwear jumped onto the center stage with a microphone. Welcome to Backstreet Bar. Please give it up for tonight's headliner. Meow meow. The crowd erupted. Every man in the building started howling like they'd collectively lost their minds. Meow meow. My face froze. I knew that name. I stared at the stage with laser focus. Master's eyes are about to pop out. Xiao Bai's voice was pure vinegar. It's not what you think. That name, meow meow, that's what Mu Aoshua's moonlight cat is called. Oh. A steel pole stood in the center of the stage. From somewhere above, a cat girl began sliding down it with the grace of liquid silk. The spotlights converged on her like she was the center of the universe. And what a center she was. This cat girl was built. Curves in every direction physics allows. Wearing a tiny crop top that covered the legal minimum and hot pants, so short they were basically a suggestion. Black thigh-high stockings with garter straps that turned her legs into weapons of mass distraction. Fluffy gray-white cat ears poking through waves of black hair. My scanner activated. Moonlight cat. Female. Psychic type. Ordinary rank 9. Chief tier potential. Skills included hypnosis, mid-tier. Description. A pet that grows stronger by absorbing moonlight. Under a full moon, its power dramatically increases. It's her. I was right. The cat girl on stage was absolutely 100% Mu Aoshua's pet, the same Meow Meow who stole my girlfriend. And she was doing a strip club pole dance in front of 50 screaming drunk men. Master, are you sure it's the same one? Xiaobai was skeptical. Positive. She has a mole on her left shoulder. That's definitely Mu Aoshua's moonlight cat. The second those words left my mouth, I realized my mistake. How do you know about a mole on her shoulder? Even innocent Xiaobai could connect those dots. Her face went through about 7 emotions in 2 seconds, none of them good. That's a very long story, which I will explain at home in great detail with visual aids, HMPH. I hate Master. I'm not talking to you anymore. She turned away with maximum dramatic force. Meanwhile, I was sweating bullets thinking about how if Xiaobai ever found out. I'd seen Meow Meow completely naked because that's how I discovered my ex was cheating. This situation would escalate from jealous to attempted murder. Why was Meow Meow here? Did Mu Aoshu and know her pet was moonlighting as a pole dancer at an underground nightclub? Was this some kind of rebellion? A secret hobby? A side hustle? Meow Meow spotted me in the crowd. Our eyes met. She froze for a split second, definitely recognized me. Then a flicker of guilt crossed her face, like a cat caught knocking a vase off a table. But she recovered fast, shook it off, and dove into her performance. And what a performance! She was born for the pole. Cat-type flexibility combined with dancer training made every spin, rap, and slide look like physics-defying art. The crowd was going absolutely feral. Then it got weird. Meow Meow started throwing looks at me specifically. At first they were nervous, checking if I'd snitched to Mu Aoshua. But as she got deeper into her routine, the looks turned into full-on flirting. Winks, blown kisses, bedroom eyes, directed at me, in front of my extremely jealous dragon snake girlfriend. Xiaobai's face was redder than a fire truck. I knew there was something between you two. I'm telling Ziyun everything. I am completely innocent this time. Then why are your eyes glued to her? I'm conducting surveillance. For the mission. If Master likes pole dancing so much. Xiaobai's voice got very quiet, very determined. Xiaobai can learn to do it too. I'm sorry, what? Ding. Strong desire to learn dance detected in White Spirit Dragon. Ding. Skill quest activated. Dragon dance. Ding. Requirement. White Spirit Dragon must perform a pole dance around her beast tamer to learn the advanced tier skill Dragon dance. Ding. Progress. 0 to 1. My brain did a full system crash and reboot. Dragon dance. The legendary dragon type buff skill. One of the most sought-after abilities in the entire beast taming world. When activated, it doubles all stats, speed, attack, defense, everything. Top-tier dragon tamers spend years trying to teach their dragons this move. Wars have been fought over dragons that can learn it, and my system was telling me the way to unlock it was to have Xiaobai dance on a pole around me. What is the connection between pole dancing and dragon dance? What kind of deranged algorithm decided these two things were related? Did the person who designed this system have a very specific hobby they were projecting onto their work? I had so many questions. None of them mattered. Because the reward was Dragon Dance, a game-changing, tournament-winning, life-altering advanced skill that could double my dragon's combat power in the middle of a fight. Xiaobai was looking at me with those big blue eyes, lower lip slightly pushed out, waiting for an answer. Master, you don't want to see Xiaobai dance, you know? I mean, yes. Pole dancing is great, very educational, important life skill. We should absolutely learn it. For combat purposes. Immediately. Tomorrow is the tournament. Tonight, I'm hunting a werewolf at a nightclub while my ex-girlfriend's catgirl does pole dances, and my dragon wants to learn stripper moves to unlock a legendary combat ability. This is fine. Everything is completely fine. Nothing about my life is weird at all. While every drooling idiot in the bar was staring at Meow Meow's performance with their tongues hanging out, only Xiaobai was watching with the intensity of a student taking notes at Harvard. She was memorizing every single move. For dragon dance purposes. Purely academic. The pole dance ended. The crowd was still recovering from collective brain damage. I expected Meow Meow to disappear backstage, but instead she grabbed 2 glasses of red wine and started walking directly toward my booth. Oh no. She sat on my lap. Without asking. Without warning. Just plop. Cat girl on thighs, arms around my neck. Wine glass extended toward my face. You don't seem happy to see me, she purred. Should I be? You stole my girlfriend. Consider this an apology drink. I took the glass, but didn't drink. Swirled it around instead. She raised an eyebrow. Scared it's poisoned? I've got business tonight. Can't drink more. She glanced at Xiao Bai, who was radiating enough jealous energy to power a nuclear reactor, and smirked. Business? You brought a gorgeous dragon girl to a nightclub at midnight, and you're calling it business? How proper of you. It doesn't concern you, maybe not. She traced a circle on my chest with her finger. But if your little dragon is too shy for the occasion, I could always join in and help. Loosen things up. Nobody asked you to loosen anything, Xiaobai snapped. You're out here seducing strangers behind your own master's back. Some pet you are. Something shifted in Meow Meow's expression. The playful mask cracked just enough to show something raw underneath. I fight every battle for Xiao Shui. I defeat every opponent. I bring her every trophy. I do everything a pet is supposed to do. She downed her entire wine glass in one bitter gulp. But does she appreciate it? No. She went and contracted a second pet. Why should I be loyal to only her when she can just spread her love to other monsters? It's not fair. The alcohol was hitting her hard. Her cheeks were turning apple red and her tongue was getting loose. This wasn't flirting anymore. This was a drunk cat girl having an emotional breakdown about her owner's commitment issues. So that's why she was here. Muao Xue contracted a second pet, and Meow Meow, who was possessive enough to steal Muao Xue from me in the first place, couldn't handle sharing. The irony was so thick you could cut it with a knife. She literally took my girlfriend because she wanted Muao Xue all to herself, and now she was jealous because Muao Xue got another pet. Karma isn't just a concept. It's a cat girl crying into red wine at a strip club. So, beast tamer. Meow Meow leaned into my ear, voice dripping with drunken mischief. Don't you want revenge on Xiao Shui? Take me home tonight. I swing both ways, you know. I'll pass on the revenge hookup. Thanks. She pouted dramatically and let herself fall sideways off my lap toward the aisle, clearly expecting me to catch her in some romantic movie moment. I did not catch her, but someone else did. A large, muscular hand grabbed her before she hit the ground. A tall man in a black hoodie, face hidden in shadow. This guy doesn't appreciate you. Why not come with me instead? Beautiful. Meow Meow blushed. See? Some people know how to treat a lady. Then the man leaned down to help her up, and his hood shifted just enough for me to see what was underneath. Two short, black, pointed ears. Wolf ears. My heart nearly stopped. I scanned him instantly. Black Knight werewolf. Male. Evil type. Elite rank 2. Excellent tier potential. Skills. Bite. Bounce. Dark claw. Night howl mid-tier. Description. A predator lurking in darkness. Hands stained with maiden's blood. Unlike other beastmen, the Black Knight werewolf is stronger in human form. 2 days of bar hopping. Dozens of clubs. Hundreds of wasted coins. And my target literally walked up and tried to steal a drunk cat girl right out of my lap. My pulse spiked. Every instinct screamed go, but my brain slammed the brakes. Too many civilians. A fight here would be a disaster. Property damage, witnesses, potential casualties. I needed to get this wolf outside. I grabbed Meow Meow's wrist and yanked her away from the werewolf, pulling her into my arms. Everyone around us went wide-eyed. Xiao Bai's jaw dropped. Meow Meow looked like her brain was rebooting, because the guy who'd been rejecting her advances all night suddenly had his hands all over her. I ran my palm along her waist, pulled her close, and grabbed a generous handful of catgirl rear end. You're so neugghty, she squealed, but her expression was pure confused delight. 5 minutes ago, I was stone cold. Now I was acting like the world's most aggressive boyfriend. She had no idea this was a tactical military operation and not a change of heart. I locked eyes with the werewolf and gave him the most arrogant smirk I could manufacture. This one's mine, buddy. Back off before I show you what happens to dogs who sniff around my territory. The werewolf didn't speak, just glared at me with murder eyes, jaw clenched so hard I could hear his teeth grinding. The jealousy was radiating off him like heat from a furnace. I turned back to Meow Meow and, for maximum provocation, gave her backside a sharp smack right in front of him. She gasped, then whispered in my ear with hot breath. You're so bad. The werewolf watched the woman he'd been about to abduct and murder snuggle into another man's arms, making happy little cat noises. His fists clenched. His eyes burned. Then he spun on his heel and stormed out of the bar. Hooked. Now I just needed to reel him in. I stretched casually. Well, getting late. Tournament tomorrow. Time to head out, master. Are we really bringing her? Xiaobai was looking at the passed-out cat girl in my arms with tears literally forming in her eyes. I'd already explained the werewolf plan to her through our mental link, but watching me physically manhandle another woman for 10 minutes had emptied her jealousy tank, refilled it, and emptied it again approximately 47 times. Xiaobai, that was all acting. 100% fake. Zero real emotions involved. I wiped her tears with my thumb, but my eyes were locked on the bar entrance where the werewolf had exited. My expression went sharp. Hunting mode activated. Ziyun, stay on him. Don't lose the trail. Roger that. Li Bo brother. Everyone stay sharp. The fight starts now. Somewhere out in the dark streets of Jianghai, a serial-killing werewolf was stalking away from a nightclub, furious that some college kid stole his prey. He thought he was the predator. He had no idea he'd just been baited by a broke orphan, a jealous dragon girl, and an invisible cloud, and that the drunk cat girl drooling on my shoulder was never in any real danger. The hunter was about to become the hunted. The walk home through the dark streets of downtown was exactly as glamorous as it sounds. Me, carrying a passed-out cat girl on my back like a drunk sack of potatoes, stumbling through alleys lit by nothing but a sliver of moonlight. Hey, can you at least turn back into a cat? You're heavy. Nothing. Just the sound of peaceful snoring directly into my ear. This woman had the survival instincts of a rock. She'd just been targeted by a serial-killing werewolf, and her response was to fall asleep on the nearest available human. Muaoxiwa, you owe me for several lifetimes. I kept walking, occasionally pausing, pretending to adjust Meow Meow's weight on my back. Each time, I resisted the urge to look behind me, because I could feel him back there. The werewolf, trailing me through the shadows like a jealous ex following you home from a party. Except this one wanted to decapitate me and do unspeakable things to the unconscious cat girl. Patience, I told myself. Let the fish swim deeper into the net. Half an hour of walking later, I turned into a narrow, dead-quiet alley. My home turf. I knew every crack in every wall, every shadow, every hiding spot. I stopped, looked ahead. There he was, a massive silhouette blocking the alley like a living wall. The werewolf had gotten impatient and circled around to cut me off. Amateur move. He thought he was the ambush predator. I smiled. Been following me for a while. I was starting to think you'd chickened out. The werewolf pulled down his hood, revealing that ugly canine face. His eyes were burning with rage. You stole my girl. You're going to die for that, kid. Your girl? First of all, she has an owner. Second, she picked me back at the bar. Face it, Wolfie, she's not into you. Maybe try a dating app. His expression twisted into pure murder. I'm going TORIP your head OFF and eat your corpse in front of that cat. Funny. I was planning to take your head too. Ziyun, Shadow ORB. The werewolf's face went from rage to confusion to terror in about half a second. He whipped around and saw Ziyun materializing behind him. She'd been invisible and in position this entire time. A basketball-sized ball of dark energy slammed into his back before he could move. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His spine bent backward like a snapped twig. He went flying down the alley and crashed face-first into the pavement. You sneak attack? That's dishonorable. He staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his chin. Buddy, you murder girls for fun. I think we're past honor. The werewolf finally understood. He hadn't been hunting me. I'd been hunting him. The whole bar scene, the flirting, the provocation, the long walk through dark streets, was a trap, and he'd walked straight into it. Oh, whoa. He threw his head back and howled at the sky. His human face erupted, jaw extending, fangs growing, skull reshaping into a monstrous wolf head in real time. His body ballooned to 3 meters tall. Muscles exploded through his shredded clothes. Black fur covered every inch of him. Red eyes locked onto me like targeting lasers. Then he launched himself at me. For razor claws, each a foot long, extended and aimed at my throat. The speed was insane. The killing intent was physical. Libo brother. Watch out, Ziyun screamed from behind. I'm going to feast on your corpse and then enjoy that cat girl. Keep dreaming. Mud. A yellow summoning circle blazed on the ground, and Xiao Bai exploded out in full white spirit dragon form. 3 meters of gleaming ice scales, crystalline wings, and absolutely zero patience for perverted wolves. She met the werewolf mid-charge. Dragon Claw versus Dark Claw. The collision sent a shockwave through the alley. But Xiao Bai's dragon grip was stronger. The werewolf skidded backward, feet scraping trenches in the pavement, unable to break free. Then Xiao Bai did something beautiful. She grabbed his wolf paw, flapped her wings hard, and carried him straight up into the sky like a crane lifting garbage to a dumpster. Let go of me, you stupid dragon. The ground was getting very far away very fast. The werewolf looked down, and his bravado evaporated into pure panic. Release me, please. He opened his jaws and unleashed Night Howl, a mid-tier sonic attack that hit Xiao Bai's brain like a sledgehammer. She winced, grip weakening, head splitting with pain. Xiao Bai, drop him. Now. She didn't need to be told twice. At 10 meters up, she dive-bombed toward the ground and hurled the werewolf downward with every ounce of dragon strength she had. Boom. He cratered into the alley floor, so hard the impact shook windows 3 streets over. Dust mushroomed up like a miniature bomb had gone off. The werewolf dragged himself upright. His clothes were completely destroyed. Muscles bulging, blood streaming from his mouth, formatted with dirt. He ripped off the last scraps of fabric with one claw and stood there looking like a nightmare action figure. I'll kill you, boy. He leaped onto the wall and started running along it. All fours, claws digging into brick, sprinting at me like a demonic spider wolf. I didn't move, didn't flinch, just watched him come. Ziyin appeared between us. Not today, ugly. She looked up and the sky answered. Thousands of tiny razor-sharp water needles materialized above the alley. Arrow rain. An advanced tier skill inherited from a chief rank dragon turtle, falling on an elite rank werewolf. The wolf looked up. His face went white. Every needle found its mark. They punched through his fur, his skin, his muscle like hot pins through butter. Blood erupted from 100 wounds simultaneously. He tried to block with his arms, but the rain was everywhere. Inescapable, relentless, brutal. How? I'm elite rank. These pets are ordinary. How is this possible? He didn't understand that my ordinary pets were carrying skills stolen from a monster 4 tiers above him. He was getting shredded by weapons designed for a completely different weight class. Like bringing a pocket knife to a fight against someone holding a chainsaw. The werewolf abandoned his attack and bolted for the alley exit. Full retreat. Every survival instinct firing at once. He could see the faint light at the end of the passage. Freedom, escape, survival. He ran toward it with everything he had, and found Xiao Bai hovering at the exit. Wings spread, ice blue eyes glowing in the darkness, blocking the only way out like a dragon-shaped door that had decided to stay permanently closed. The look on that werewolf's face, the exact moment he realized there was no escape, was the most satisfying thing I'd seen since my system activated. Ice fog. Frost ridge spike. Ended. Xiao Bai's wings swept forward and a wall of freezing mist engulfed the alley entrance. The temperature dropped so fast the werewolf's fur started crystallizing on contact. He couldn't see, couldn't breathe, couldn't run. Through the white haze, dozens of razor-sharp ice spikes materialized and launched directly at his face. The first 2 took his eyes. A woo. The howl of agony was cut short as the rest of the barrage hit. Spike after spike punched through his body with surgical precision. No mercy, no hesitation. The creature who had murdered innocent girls for sport was now pinned to the alley wall like a grotesque pincushion. The fog cleared. The werewolf was face down in a pool of his own blood. Not moving, not breathing. Ding. Black Knight werewolf, dead. Ding. Phantom shadow cloud leveled up. Ordinary rank 7. Ding. White spirit dragon leveled up. Ordinary rank 9. Rank 9. Xiao Bai hit the maximum ordinary rank. 1 step away from evolving into a frost ice dragon. And Ziyin climbed another level toward unlocking her own evolution quests. I stood over the werewolf's corpse in a dark alley at 2 in the morning. A sleeping cat girl still snoring on my back. My dragon hovering above me dripping with frost. And my cloud floating silently in the shadows. The bounty was 350 contribution points. Exactly enough for 3 frost spirit herbs plus 50 points to spare. 1 mission, 1 dead monster. All the evolution materials I needed, unlocked in a single night. Tomorrow is the tournament. My dragon just hit rank 9. Dragon Dance is waiting to be learned. Lin Fei'er has no idea what's coming. I looked down at the dead werewolf won last time. Thanks for the contribution points, Wolfie. Your victims can rest now. Then I adjusted the drunk cat girl on my back and started walking home. Just another Tuesday night in the life of Li Bo, orphan, dragon tamer, shaved ice entrepreneur, underground bounty hunter, and reluctant cat girl transportation service. Ordinary rank 9. 1 evolution away from frost ice dragon. I was grinning so hard my face hurt. 1 quick errand at Yang Fei's and Xiao Bai would be a full-blown ice dragon with an evolution path that ended in holy dragon. But first, business. Xiao Bai, cut the head off. She didn't hesitate. Frost blade tail activated, ice blade gleaming in the moonlight, and chop, 1 clean slice. The werewolf's head rolled free like a particularly ugly bowling ball. I wrapped it in my jacket like the world's worst birthday present. 350 contribution points, secured. I activated the hunter chip in my brain and fired off a message to Yang Fei. Mission complete. Have 3 frost spirit herbs ready for me. Response came back in under a minute. At 2 in the morning. This man was either a workaholic or an insomniac. Nice work, kid. Come find me after the tournament tomorrow. Beautiful. Everything was falling into place. Now I just needed to go home, sleep for 4 hours, and then fight my way through an entire university combat tournament. Easy peasy. Let's go home, master. Do we have to bring her? Xiao Bai glared at the snoring cat girl still draped across my back like a furry backpack. Li Bo, brother, just leave her here. She'll be fine. Ziyan crossed her arms. Listen, I don't want to bring her either. But we just turned this alley into a crime scene. Patrol officers will be here soon. If they find an unconscious cat girl next to a headless werewolf corpse, they're going to ask questions that lead directly back to us. They weren't convinced. Also, if I leave a defenseless drunk cat girl in a dark alley and something happens to her, Muao Xue will literally skin me alive. Xiao Bai's expression softened slightly. Fine, but she sleeps on the couch. Not in our room. Deal. Back at the apartment, I peeled off Meow Meow's shoes, carefully placed her feet on the sofa, and finally freed my spine from 45 minutes of cat girl transportation duty. Good lord, my back is destroyed. I glanced at the sleeping Meow Meow and, for the first time in proper lighting, actually got a clear look at her. She was genuinely stunning. Long legs, sharp features, a nose with a hint of wildness to it, and skin so pale it looked like she'd been raised entirely by moonlight. Which, according to her species description, she literally had been. Her figure rose and fell with each breath in ways that were very distracting and very much not my business to notice. I could see why Muaoshua fell for her. The woman had a magnetism that worked whether she was conscious or not. Master, Xiao Bai tugged my sleeve, face turning the color of a ripe tomato. About the pole dancing. I memorized every single move from the bar. I can do it right now if you want. My brain conjured the system quest. White Spirit Dragon performs a pole dance around her beast tamer, learns Dragon Dance, advanced tier. The Temptation, an advanced dragon-type buff skill that doubles all stats. Tournament is tomorrow. This skill could be the difference between winning and losing against Lin Fei'er. But it was also 3 a.m., and my dragon was exhausted from killing a werewolf. And the tournament started in 6 hours. Rain check, Xiao Bai. We'll learn Dragon Dance after the prelims. Your current skills are more than enough for tomorrow's early rounds. She looked slightly disappointed, but nodded. She understood. The tournament wasn't just any fight. If we drew Lin Fei'er in the bracket, Xiao Bai needed to be at absolute peak condition. No excuses. No fatigue debuffs. Xiao Bai, I can fly you to school tomorrow, she offered suddenly. No more taking the bus. You can sleep an extra half hour every morning. My chest got warm. This dragon, who 3 weeks ago was a dying snake on a training ground floor, was offering to be my personal airline so I could get more sleep. Being your tamer is the best thing that ever happened to me. What about me? Ziyan dove headfirst into my chest. You always forget about me. Ziyan is wonderful too. I petted her purple hair. Then I want to sleep with you tonight. Denied. Both of you beast space. Now, why? Because you just fought an elite rank werewolf and you need the auto-healing recovery. Tomorrow is the tournament and I need you at 100%. No negotiations. They tried the puppy eyes. Double barrel. Ice blue and crystal purple. I held firm. Steel will. Iron discipline. The face of a man who has been emotionally manipulated by cute monster girls too many times to fall for it again. Xiao Bai, you're the team's main fighter. You're carrying us through every round until the finals. And if we draw Lin Fei'er early, I let the name hang in the air. Xiao Bai's expression transformed instantly. The pouting vanished. Her jaw set. Fire ignited in her eyes. Lin Fei'er. Red crystal dragon. Exactly. You want to face her at anything less than your best? No. I'll go to the beast space. Right now. She turned and walked into the summoning circle with the determination of a soldier heading into battle. Ziyun followed reluctantly, mumbling about unfairness and favoritism. I recalled them both. The god-tier space would have them fully healed by morning. Every scratch from tonight, gone. Every point of stamina, restored. The apartment went quiet. Just me and a sleeping cat girl. I was about to hit the lights when I noticed Meow Meow's outfit, or lack thereof. She was still wearing her nightclub performance clothes, which covered approximately 15% of her body, in an apartment with no heating. This woman is going to be the death of me. I grabbed a blanket from my room, draped it over her, and muttered, when you wake up, go back to Muaoxiwa. She needs you more than you think. I turned to leave. Mamai, so gentle. A girl could fall for that. I whipped around. Meow Meow was sitting up, eyes wide open, crystal clear. Zero alcohol haze. Zero drowsiness. She looked as sober as a judge at a math competition. You. Gotcha. She grinned like the cat who ate the canary in the canary's retirement fund. Her eyes flashed bright green. Hypnosis. You scheming little. Too late. Her psychic-type hypnosis skill locked onto me the instant our eyes met. I tried to fight it. Tried to force my brain to stay awake. But mid-tier hypnosis from a rank 9 moonlight cat was like trying to resist a tidal wave by thinking really hard about staying dry. My eyelids slammed shut. My body went limp. I face-planted into the sofa cushions and was out like someone had pulled my power cord. The last thing my fading consciousness registered was Meow Meow's voice, soft and dangerous. Xiao Shui. You've been eating well, haven't you? Then the lights went out. Not because I fell asleep. Because she turned them off. With her psychic powers. While I lay there unconscious and completely defenseless. I'd spent the entire night hunting a predator, only to bring a different one home with me. What did she do while I was knocked out? What was she planning? Why did she fake being drunk this entire time? These are questions I would very much like answered. But I was too busy being magically comatose on my own couch, while a psychic cat girl with boundary issues had unsupervised access to my apartment, my body, and my complete inability to do anything about it. Tomorrow is the tournament. I need to be at peak performance. And instead of sleeping normally, I'm being psychically roofied by my ex-girlfriend's jealous cat. If I wake up missing a kidney, I'm billing Muaoxiwa. I woke up on my own couch with a crick in my neck, drool on the cushion, and absolutely zero memory of how I fell asleep. My last conscious thought was covering Meow Meow with a blanket, and then, nothing. Like someone hit the power button on my brain. Meow Meow was gone. No note. No trace. Just an empty sofa and a faint scent of moonlight perfume. That scheming cat had been faking being drunk the entire time. Hit me with hypnosis the second I let my guard down, and then... Did what exactly? While I was unconscious. In my own apartment? I checked my body. All organs present. Wallet still there. No mysterious marks. But the lights were off, which I definitely didn't do. And I had a creeping feeling that whatever happened in those missing hours was something I'd rather not know about. No time to investigate. Tournament day. Go. Jianghai University's combat arena was packed. Standing room only. The entire freshman class plus teachers, officials, and what looked like half the city had showed up to watch a bunch of 18-year-olds fight each other with monsters. The energy was electric. Students were buzzing with excitement and terror in equal measure, for most of them. This was their very first real competition after awakening their beast-taming talents. Up in the VIP section, I could see a row of faculty members and, sitting dead center like a king on his throne, Principal Lu Jun. And right next to him, a broad-shouldered man in an expensive black suit radiating the kind of aura that makes waiters bring you the check before you ask. Lin Fei'er, Lin Fei'er's father. The man who owns Shanghai's entire electrical grid, runs the Beast Tamer Association, funded our university's training base, and probably has the mayor on speed dial. He was here to watch his daughter compete, which meant the pressure on the tournament just multiplied by about 1,000. I couldn't hear their conversation from my position in the stands, but I later learned from Mr. Wu what they'd been discussing. Apparently, Principal Liu was kissing up to Lin Fei'er hardcore, telling him Lin Fei'er was the favorite to win the whole tournament. His analysis? Mu Aoshua's Moonlight Cat hadn't evolved to elite rank yet, while Lin Fei'er's Red Crystal Dragon already had. As for me, and this part really stung when I heard it, the principal told Lin Fei'er that my space talent was great for the future but useless in combat right now, and that my choice to contract a white spirit snake meant I was basically a non-threat. White spirit snake? Lin Fei'er had apparently said. Why would an S-rank waste his talent on such a garbage pet? Garbage pet. The man called my dragon a garbage pet. My overlord potential, chief rank monster slaying, triple mid-tier skill wielding ice dragon, who had decapitated a serial killer werewolf 8 hours ago, was being dismissed as a waste of talent by a guy whose daughter I was about to humiliate in front of the entire school. I wrote that insult down in my mental revenge notebook. Page was getting pretty full at this point. The bracket was randomized. Names flashed on the giant screen as matches were called one by one. The early rounds were mostly one-sided, nervous students with basic-level pets fumbling through awkward battles. But the crowd was here for the main events. Match: Lin Fei'er versus Huang Waiyu. The arena went silent, then erupted. Lin Fei'er stepped onto the stage in her signature high heels, because apparently fighting in stilettos was a power move she refused to abandon. Red hair flowing, chin raised, looking at the entire audience like they were beneath her shoe. Which, knowing her history with shoes and faces, was a very literal threat. Her opponent was some guy named Huang Yu, apparently the strongest fighter in Class 10. He walked up to the stage, took one look at Lin Fei'er, and his brain immediately divided itself between wanting to fight and wanting to date. Hey Lin Fei'er, if I beat you, do I get to be your boyfriend? She didn't even look at him. Just 2 words, delivered with the temperature of liquid nitrogen. Trash. His face went through 5 stages of grief in 2 seconds. Fine. I'll show you my real power. Come out. Fire blast monkey. A yellow summoning circle blazed, and out came a monkey completely engulfed in flames. Head to toe. Walking bonfire with fists. Fire plus fighting dual type. The crowd lost their minds. Fire blast monkey. You have to withstand its flames just to contract it. That thing looks sick. Class 10's #1 is no joke. It was admittedly an impressive entrance. The temperature on stage jumped several degrees. Huang Yu was grinning like he'd already won. From a corner of the arena, I caught sight of Mu Aoshuo and Meow Meow watching together. Meow Meow was standing there looking perfectly innocent, like she hadn't psychically roofied me in my own home 6 hours ago. The nerve. The audacity. Xiao Shui, do you think Lin Fei'er can beat that monkey? Meow Meow asked. Easily, Mu Aoshuo replied without hesitation. You're that confident in your rival? Mu Aoshuo shook her head slightly. I've never considered her a rival. Cold. Beautiful. Devastating. My ex-girlfriend just dismissed her biggest competitor with the same energy she used when she dismissed our entire relationship. The woman collects, not caring, like other people collect stamps. Then Mu Aoshuo turned to Meow Meow with suspicious eyes. By the way, where were you last night? I had your evolution materials ready, and you just vanished. Meow Meow's composure flickered. I told you. I was absorbing moonlight. It was a really nice moon. Very absorbent. Then why do you smell like someone familiar? Mu Aoshuo leaned in and sniffed her. Actually put her nose on Meow Meow's body and inhaled. The cat girl went pale. She smelled like me. She'd spent hours at my apartment, slept on my couch in my blanket, and apparently absorbed enough of my scent to trigger Mu Aoshuo's suspicion radar. Look. Meow Meow pointed frantically at the stage. Lin Fei'er summoning her pet, while the red crystal dragon evolved. Look at that. Smooth redirect. Crisis temporarily averted. But Mu Aoshuo's eyes said this conversation wasn't over. Meanwhile, I was sitting in the stands with my arms crossed, watching Lin Fei'er's match begin, running mental calculations on every possible bracket outcome. Somewhere in this tournament, she and I would meet. And when we did, The girl who stepped on my shaved ice and made Xiaobai cry was going to discover that the garbage pet everyone wrote off had grown teeth. Dragon teeth. With ice armor. And the fury of a snake who remembered everything. But first, let's see what this fire monkey can do. Sunlight punched me in the face through the curtains like a personal insult from the universe. I peeled my eyelids open, looked at the clock, and my soul left my body. 10 a.m. The tournament started at 9. I launched off the sofa like I'd been electrocuted, then froze. Wait, why was I on the sofa? The last thing I remembered was covering Meow Meow with a blanket, and then, that scheming cat. She'd hypnosised me, knocked me out cold on my own couch, and then, I felt weird, drained, like someone had used me as a battery and forgot to plug me back in. My whole body was limp, and from inside my beast space, I could hear my pets losing their minds. Li Bo brother. My heart is shattered. Shattered into a million pieces, Zi Yun was sobbing. Master, I will skin that cat alive. Xiao Bai's voice was trembling with rage. If we'd been there with you, she never could have done this. You heard everything. How could we not? Zi Yun shrieked. That woman was so loud. We couldn't sleep all night. I don't even want to know what they think happened. Whatever sounds were coming from my living room while I was unconscious, sounds loud enough to keep two pets awake inside a separate dimensional space. I'm choosing to file under mysteries I will never investigate for the sake of my remaining sanity. I'm sorry. I got careless. She tricked me. Master. Forget the cat. The tournament. Right. The tournament. The thing I'd been preparing for this entire month. The event that determined whether I entered the secret realm or became Lin Fei'er's boyfriend. And I was currently standing in my apartment in wrinkled clothes with catgirl-induced brain fog, while hundreds of students were already fighting. I threw on clothes in 3 seconds flat, ripped open the window, and summoned Xiaobai outside. My 3-meter ice dragon materialized in the morning air, wings spread, scales glittering in the sunlight like a flying diamond. Ride me. Now, she yelled. I vaulted onto her back, and we launched into the sky. Wind howling. City blurring below. A broke college student riding a dragon through downtown traffic like the world's most irresponsible commuter. People on the streets pointed and screamed. Cars honked. Someone's coffee went flying. No time to care. Fly faster. Meanwhile, at the tournament I was desperately late for, things were already popping off. Lin Fei'er had drawn some guy named Huang Yu for her first match. This dude was apparently Class 10's strongest fighter, and he walked onto the stage thinking he was hot stuff. Hey Lin Fei'er, if I beat you, do I get to be your boyfriend? She looked at him the way you look at gum stuck to your shoe. Trash. His face crumbled like a sandcastle in a hurricane. But he powered through and summoned his ace, a fire blast monkey, a dual firefighting type completely engulfed in flames. Admittedly cool looking. The crowd went nuts. Temperature on stage literally went up. Lin Fei'er didn't even blink. Come out. Red crystal armored dragon, green summoning circle, elite rank. And what emerged was not the red crystal dragon from a month ago. This thing had evolved. 5 meters tall. The crystals on its back had transformed from transparent red to molten lava color. Steam hissed from between its armored scales. It looked like someone crossed a dinosaur with an active volcano and then gave it anger management issues. It stomped 1 foot, and the entire stage shook like an earthquake. Huang Yu's confident smirk melted faster than ice cream in a furnace. His fire blast monkey suddenly looked like a skinny child standing next to a tank. Up in the VIP box, Lin Fei'er's billionaire father was watching with Principal Liu, who was apparently telling him that I, specifically me, was no threat because I'd contracted a garbage white spirit snake, and my space talent was useless in combat. Garbage. White. Spirit. Snake. The principal of my own university called my overlord potential ice dragon a garbage snake. To the face of the man whose daughter I was about to destroy. I added this to my revenge notebook, which at this point was thicker than a phone book. The fight barely lasted 30 seconds. Huang Yu ordered his monkey to blast fire at the dragon. The red crystal armored dragon's back crystals absorbed the flames like a sponge soaking up water. Free power-up. Thanks for the snack. Then the monkey tried a spinning kick. The dragon caught its leg with one dragon claw, spun the monkey around like a helicopter blade, and launched it out of the arena so hard it smashed through the giant display screen, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Fire Blast Monkey has left the arena. Lin Fei'er wins. The crowd was a mixture of terrified and turned on. Lin Fei'er stood there looking bored, like she'd just swatted a fly instead of demolishing a dual-type elite fighter in front of 3,000 people. Nobody dared complain about the destroyed screen, because complaining about Lin Fei'er's property damage was above everyone's pay grade. Meanwhile, across campus, Meow Meow was standing next to Mu Aoshua, watching the fight and sweating. Mu Aoshua said suddenly, leaning in close. Why do you smell familiar? Meow Meow went rigid. She smelled like me. My apartment, my blanket, my couch. 8 hours of unconscious proximity had turned her into a walking Li Bo air freshener. Look, Lin Fei'er's dragon evolved. Wow, so cool. Meow Meow pointed frantically at the stage. Mu Aoshua's eyes narrowed, but she let it go. For now. Inside Meow Meow's head, she was apparently having a full-blown panic attack. I used too much hypnosis. Li Bo, please wake up. Please get to the tournament. So the cat girl who knocked me out was now worried I wouldn't show up. The irony. You put me in a coma, and now you're stressed about the consequences. This is like setting someone's house on fire and then panicking because you left your jacket inside. The maintenance crew scrambled to fix the shattered screen while the announcer called the next match. Next up, Class 13's Zhang Tingting versus Class 8's Libo. Zhang Tingting walked onto the stage. Ready. Waiting. My side of the arena? Empty. 5 minutes passed. Whispers started rippling through the crowd like wildfire. Where is he? The S-rank kid. He's in an O-show, probably saw Lin Fei'er's dragon and had a mental breakdown. Some S-rank genius. Can't even show up to his own match. Mu Aoshua frowned. He's not a coward. Lin Fei'er stared at my empty spot with unreadable eyes. The referee checked his watch, sighed, and raised the microphone. Li Bo of Class 8 has failed to appear. I hereby declare Zhang Tingting advances by default to the Royer. A dragon's cry split the sky like thunder. Every single person in the arena snapped their heads upward. Wait, there I was, riding a gleaming white ice dragon through the clouds, descending toward the arena like a scene ripped straight out of a fantasy movie. Xiao Bai's crystalline scales caught the sunlight and scattered it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. Ice crystals trailed behind us like stardust. Her wings beat the air with enough force to send papers flying in the stands below. 3,000 people stared in dead silence. Then the noise hit. Gasps. Screams. Phones coming out. People standing up so fast they knocked their chairs over. I landed in the center of the arena, slid off Xiao Bai's back, and straightened my wrinkled clothes with whatever dignity a man who was magically roofied by a cat girl and overslept his own tournament could muster. Sorry I'm late. The principal's jaw was on the floor. Lin Feng's eyes were the size of dinner plates. And somewhere in the VIP box, the words, "Garbage white spirit snake," were aging very poorly. Lin Fei'er watched from the sideline, and for the first time since I'd known her, that permanent look of superiority flickered with something else. Surprise. Genuine, unfiltered surprise. Yeah, get used to it, princess. This, garbage pet, just made an entrance that your 30 million coin lizard could never. Now let's fight. The dragon cry echoed across the entire arena like someone had plugged a dinosaur into a concert speaker system. 3,000 heads snapped upward simultaneously. What is that? A dragon. A white dragon. What species is that? I've never seen anything like it. Wait. Is that Libo on its back? There I was, riding Xiao Bai through the morning sky like the world's most dramatic alarm clock, dive-bombing. The tournament arena at maximum speed. Xiao Bai's ice crystal scales caught the sunlight and turned her into a flying chandelier, trailing a white contrail behind her like a comet made of pure style. Was it the entrance I planned? Absolutely not. I planned to walk in through the front door like a normal person. But getting psychically roofied by a horny cat girl and oversleeping by 2 hours tends to adjust your schedule. Was it the best entrance anyone had ever made at this university? Without question. We landed center stage with the grace of, well, a dragon landing on a stage. The impact sent a gust of freezing air across the arena. I slid off Xiao Bai's back, straightened my wrinkled clothes, still wearing yesterday's outfit because I literally didn't have time to change, and speed walked to the referee. Sorry I'm late. 1 more second, and you'd have been disqualified. This is unacceptable. Totally my fault. Had an unexpected, Incident last night. Won't happen again. The crowd was going absolutely feral. Nobody was listening to the referee scold me because they were too busy losing their minds over the fact that the guy everyone expected to show up with a bargain bin snake just arrived on a dragon. Up in the VIP section, Principal Lu's jaw was somewhere around his knees. Lin Fei'er, the man who'd called my pet garbage 5 minutes ago, was staring at Xiao Bai like she'd personally insulted his intelligence by existing. That's not a white spirit snake, Lin Fei'er said slowly. No, Principal Lu squinted hard. But I feel like they're somehow related. Mr. Wu ripped off his sunglasses so fast he almost took an ear with him. That's my boy. Mu Aoshue was watching from the sidelines, her usually calm expression replaced with genuine shock. She could feel Xiao Bai's freezing aura from across the arena and couldn't figure out how I'd gone from talentless ex-boyfriend to dragon rider in 1 month. Meow meow, standing beside her, let out the biggest sigh of relief in feline history. Thank God he made it. If he'd been disqualified because of MY hypnosis, I'd never forgive myself. She said this quietly, of course, because admitting she'd magically knocked me unconscious in my own home wasn't exactly the confession Mu Aoshue needed to hear right now. And Lin Fei'er? She'd stopped mid-walk, her long red hair settling behind her. For the first time since I'd known this woman, she wasn't looking at me with contempt or annoyance or murderous intent. She was looking at me with genuine surprise. And then, so small that nobody else would have noticed, the corner of her mouth twitched upward.